This is the regular public school board meeting for Monday, December 7th, 2020 at 6 p.m. And I will call this meeting to order, 6:05. We'll go ahead and do roll call, starting with Mr. Christensen.
I am here.
Mr. Derricks?
Here.
Ms. Fair?
Present.
Ms. Jones?
Present.
Ms. Tower?
Here.
Mr. Bryant?
Present.
And chair is here. So all 7 school board members are present this evening. We'll go ahead and rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Chair, we should also just recognize the fact that today is Pearl Harbor Day and remember, keep all the veterans and the Pearl Harbor people, veterans and military that gave up their life that day. So we want to thank them and keep them in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. It's a very important day. Absolutely. I've asked Mr. Christensen to say our mission statement for the evening.
The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. We have a very lengthy agenda in the board book that's been posted. Are there any changes that need to be made to the agenda? Janie?
You know, if it was agreeable to you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board, I was hoping that we would have the possibility of adding a motion, if reasonable and possible, during the 5.9, I believe it is. Yep. The COVID issues and related things. I possibly would like to make a motion during that time. I just want to make sure that that would be okay.
Discussion? Questions?
Can we have questions now?
Well, we're voting on the agenda change, so I think we have to vote on the change of the agenda.
Because I had another change.
Okay.
Yeah, it was unrelated to Janie's. That's why I was like, should I be asking questions about Janie's or? I was wondering.
You're better at this order. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
I'm sorry, what?
I was just asking Arlen if I had that correct and asking
yeah.
for discussion of that item before we move on.
Well, I think we would normally make a motion because she wants that to approve the agenda with the addition. And then Holly had something, you might want to see what that is. And then I wanted to make sure, I better wait, I guess I was just checking on the Wonders 2020 vote, if that was in the agenda.
Okay.
But what is Janie's motion?
Well, I think it would be more appropriate to discuss that during that agenda time.
So maybe
why would we be discussing it now?
COVID-19 agenda item.
Right, so it would just be inside that agenda. We don't need to do anything with it.
Okay. So that's not really a change or deletion from the agenda.
No.
That's just, yeah.
Okay. The only thing is that
at any time. Yeah.
Okay.
it's essentially a notice that that there might be a motion made instead of just a discussion or a report. So it's just a prior notice.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right, Holly, sorry about that.
Yes, I was wondering if we could move the expenditure for the Wonders curriculum into the consent agenda instead of making it a separate talking, because our agenda is fulfilled tonight. Could we just add that to the consent agenda as an expenditure? And then if we need to discuss it further in the future, we could do that.
Comments? Discussion?
Sounds like anything to make this go quicker, but I don't know if others have an issue with that because I guess it could always be pulled.
Yeah, no, I think it makes sense to just execute it.
So do I make a motion to accept the consent agenda, adding Wonders curriculum expenditure to it?
Well, that's an agenda item coming up.
You want to make a motion to amend the agenda? That's what you want to do.
Yeah, to
And then-
amend the agenda and add it to the consent agenda.
I don't know. I've never heard of us adding to a consent agenda item. I don't know the procedure on that.
Me neither. But I just know our agenda is packed tonight, so I thought if we could just move some things along and.
Yeah, and if I could jump in, I'm not sure what the procedure is either, but I think Holly's suggestion is clear and transparent, and so I think we could add it to the consent agenda, and like someone said, we could always pull. If somebody wants to pull that item, that can certainly happen.
Right.
All right, so we're adding the Wonders curriculum to the consent agenda. Okay, so with those changes, anything else on the agenda before we vote on the agenda to approve? All right, so I need a motion to approve the agenda with those notices.
So
of change.
moved by Mike.
Second. Can I
Holly?
second the motion? Okay, second.
Any other discussion? All right, then we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Bear?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the agenda passes 7-0. All right. First up is the truth and taxation hearing. Jackie?
All right, good evening. Give me a second here and I'll pull up my presentation. Somebody want to give me a verbal, you can see my slides.
This is Pam. I can see it.
We can see it. Okay. So this is the truth and taxation hearing for taxes payable in calendar year 2021. State law requires we present information on this year's budget and actual revenue and expenses for our prior year, so for last school year. It also requires we present information on the proposed levy, including the percentage increase over the prior year and purposes and reasons why the levy has increased or decreased. So the next couple slides talk about who has a role in setting the school district's levy. So the state legislature and the governor's administration established overall property tax policy for the state, that they have the sole authority to create levy options for school districts and control the school levy parameters, including the amount of state aid and tax bases used for levies. So the school board, the 7 of you, participate in the state educational program for children, which are financed entirely by levies or a combination of levy and state aid. We ask the voters to approve referendums for general operations or major capital projects, and we can only decrease the levy from the parameters set by the legislature without an election after September 30th. So this is kind of a visual of the levy budget cycle for schools and how schools are different from a city, a township, or a county. So the legislation occurs in early 2020. The tax levy decision is the same for us and for the city and county. We're the purple and a city county is the red. For the city and the county, their budget will start right away, January 1st, and run from the whole calendar year of 2021. So our collections of the levy will start in January, but these proceeds won't be used by us until next fiscal year or next school year. So for the 21-22 school year. This is our actual revenue and expenditures budget. It is what the board approved back in June. It also was published in the paper near the end of November. I believe it was the last Saturday in November. This was published in the Republican Eagle. So just to look at where our revenues come from, you can see on the prior year and our current year budget, the majority of our revenues come from state sources, with the next largest chunk coming from local property taxes, federal, and then local aids such as fees, rent, and interest. Again, we're a pie graph look at our expenditure budget. So again, the majority of our expenses are salaries and benefits for staff in both fiscal years. Coming up next there are purchased services, so contracted services, utilities, and repairs all fall in that area. Here is a look at our proposed 2020 property taxes compared to the levy of in calendar year 20. So payable 2021 compared to what has been paid in calendar year 2020. As you can see, our general fund is decreasing by $454,000, about a 4.8% decrease. Community service fund is increasing by about $11,000 or a 1.98% increase, mostly in the child care area. And our debt service fund is decreasing by 5% or $88,000. The biggest reason for the decrease in our general fund budget, as you can see right up here, is in referendum. Our referendum is based on the number of students we serve, and local optional also is based on the number of students we serve. And as that number decreases, so does our levy amounts for the referendum and local optional revenue. Just comparing a bar graph, comparing where the dollars go. As you can see for pay 20 and pay 21, the dollars for debt service and community service did not change much. And you can see the decrease there in the general fund levy. Some property tax comparisons on different market rates. Calendar year 2020 is in the red, calendar year 21 is in the purple. As you can see, most homestead values in residential property are going to see a property tax decrease for the upcoming property tax year on the school portion. And again, some commercial and industrial property comparisons. Again, seeing a decrease, and then on the ag homestead. Oh, I did include ag non-homestead as well for your reference. Again, we're seeing that decrease. So our overall total levy decreased 4.6% or $532,000, primarily due to decreased enrollment that we are currently experiencing in the 2021 school year that we're expecting to maintain in the 21-22 school year. We're not expecting to have another large decrease in enrollment like we saw this year, but we're also not looking for a large increase in enrollment either. Are there any questions on the truth and taxation hearing from the public or from the board? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jackie.
Thanks, Jackie. So, Arlen, go ahead.
I move we open the public hearing.
Seconded by Mike.
Motion made by Arlen, seconded by Mike to open the public hearing. We'll take a roll call vote on that, starting with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So we are opened to the public hearing 7-0. And at this time, do we have any public comment on our truth and taxation? Any other business in our truth and taxation? One more time, any comments for the truth and taxation? Okay, so seeing none, I will look for a motion to close the public meeting. Is that the correct order, Arlen?
Yes, I just had the comment. I was going to move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Arlen, seconded by Jim to close the public hearing. We'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So the Truth and Taxation public hearing is now closed. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Jackie, for preparing that for us. That presentation is listed in the board book as an attachment, so it's there for further viewing, which is very helpful. All right, moving on in our agenda then, I will just call attention to our educational plan, which is always in our agenda packet as well for your reference. And the next item is recognition and upcoming events. Janie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to share, I got to actually reach out to my daughter's 5th grade teacher this week, and I just wanted to encourage other public community members to maybe do that. Like, it really was just a nice way to have a conversation. I had remembered Kirby Hansen encouraging all community members to maybe call rather than email and just have a nice conversation. And it really was so great to kind of get an update and hear how things were going from the teacher's perspective, and you know, get to hear the things about your child that you usually would hear at a conference during normal years. So just want to recognize again all of our teachers for doing a great job, and to encourage our community members to maybe reach out to those teachers, because it is great to kind of make sure that your kids are doing well, and ask if there's anything that could be being done differently, making sure that they're getting online when they're supposed to, of course, and that there's no issues in the background. So just wanted to share that. So great job, Mrs. Carlson.
Thank you, Janie. Brecken.
Yeah. So I just have about 2, maybe 3 things, just really more of upcoming events. So we have senior pictures that are due on the 18th. So if you haven't gotten those in already and you're a senior, please make sure you get those in so our yearbook team can put your picture in our yearbook. And then speaking of yearbooks, Mrs. Roush and her yearbook class, they're working really hard on that. So I just want to give them a little shout out for that, especially in the year of 2020 with COVID. I imagine that it's very difficult to make a yearbook when we're all online learning. So I just want to give a shout out to them for working so diligently. And then for my last little item, we have January 22nd as the last day of Q2. So that's coming up here next month. So just something to be thinking about in the back of your mind. Other than that, I have nothing to report.
Thanks, Brecken. It's so nice to see you and hear your voice, and know that our students are still out there. We always appreciate your input and your voice at the table. Thanks. Any other public comment?
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Not public comment, sorry. Recognitions and upcoming events. Okay, seeing none, then we will move to public comment. I have received 1 public comment request. Karsten, have you had any? No? Okay, so we have 1 person that will be presenting this evening. Joanna Jager, she is a 6th grade teacher, and just a couple of pieces of reminders for our guidelines that we limit comments to 3 minutes. We're not going to be addressing, we may not be addressing the issue that you will be bringing up this evening. And we expect comments to remain respectful and appropriate, and not identify any current or former students, their families, or staff members by name. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Joanna for your comments. Thanks for being here.
Well, thank you for having me. Like she said, I'm a 6th grade teacher. I have been teaching for 19 years. I have my master's in curriculum and instruction, as well as my K-12 reading licensure. And in all of my 19 years of teaching, I've been a reading teacher. What has brought me here to address you today is that I'm expressing my concerns in regards to the lack of an instructional materials review for language arts. In the last 3 years, I have seen the science and math departments go through such a process. Language arts was scheduled to have a review process during the 2019-2020 school year. It was delayed. In August, I heard from a coworker that the district was considering purchasing Wonders for the 6th grade language arts. I checked with my language arts team members and no one had heard about the potential purchase. I spoke in the fall and expressed my concerns about implementing Wonders at the 6th grade level. I offered to create daily step-by-step teaching guides for our current language arts units for my teammates to implement in their classrooms as they move to teaching all subjects. I did this for 2 reasons. I firmly believe in the strength of our units, and the cost of implementing these units was drastically less than the Wonders purchase. I was told the potential purchase for Wonders for 6th grade would be around $60,000. To implement the current units that we have in place, the cost was a little over $6,000. My language arts team members and I have worked hard over the last 3 years. We have created units that follow the Minnesota state standards, have common assessments, a common benchmark assessment, and we have developed a strong differentiation system for our students that meets all their needs. As a result, we have seen numerous examples of success at all levels for our students. The lack of 2020 MCA testing leaves us without a significant data point to further demonstrate how things are going at the 6th grade level. But our benchmark assessment data showed our students meeting our end of the year goal in the winter, and this had a predictor MCA pass rate of over 75%. I was notified on Friday that the district was going to go through with purchasing Wonders for the 6th grade. This decision was made without allowing the 6th grade language arts teachers to either pilot or review available resources. I have numerous concerns with this. First, in my professional opinion, it is not appropriate to align 6th grade to the elementary grades. I feel it is more appropriate to align 6th grade to 7th grade, 8th grade, and beyond. In fact, our state standards for language arts are split up into 2 sets, K-5 and 6-12. Second, there was not an instructional materials review done. We were informed that that was the resource we were to use without my fellow team members nor I ever seeing the 6th grade Wonders resource. Why weren't we given the professional courtesy to be a part of the decision-making process as other departments have been? Third, it is my understanding that nothing is being purchased at this time for the grade levels above 6th grade. Why aren't we performing a full materials review for grades 6-12? Fourth, why are we rushing to purchase a resource for only 6th grade without following the review process? I have one request. I request that the district allow us to complete the review process so that 6th grade is able to align with 7th grade and beyond. There is a need for language arts resources beyond the 6th grade. We should be doing the best we can for our students. That means taking our time to review materials that will assist us in doing what is best for them, while allowing for the opportunity to vertically integrate and align our resources. The district should be including the stakeholders in this decision. We are, after all, the ones who the district hired and trusted to teach language arts to its students. Thank you.
Joanna, the typical process here is that I provide a brief response. In this case, of course, the Wonders curriculum for 6th grade is included as a consent agenda item. So there might be discussion, at that time of the meeting. But I can say, first of all, I've enjoyed working with you for over a decade now on the calendar committee. And of course, I see you frequently elsewhere as well. And so we thank you for your work and for your expertise in language arts. And so, because that is included as part of the consent agenda, I think we'll defer any other information in case there's some questions at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you coming forward and sharing your thoughts and your opinions and your comments, and we'll definitely be talking about that later on in the agenda. So thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? I don't have any others. So we will move on to the professional development update with Jess Whitcomb and Mike Pagel.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I believe that Jess is going to go into present mode, so we'll kind of walk through the document that I believe was shared with you all. So we'll give her a second to pull that up. There we go. Okay. All right. So Jess and I just wanted to take a little bit of time to update the board on some of the professional development activities that have been going on this fall. As you know, obviously in 2020, we've had a couple of big changes in adoption of a new K-5 reading curriculum. And then on top of it, as it turns out, we've had a pandemic, which pushed us into pretty quickly into Google Classroom and one-to-one Chromebooks and all sorts of tech-related things that I don't know that we were prepared for. So we're just going to take a few minutes to kind of walk through and just sort of briefly highlight some of the professional development that has gone on since really we're going to back up to last March. So Jess, if you want to go to the next slide. So first of all, just when we couch any of this, we'll couch it around sort of the teacher expectations that were set. And if you recall, these were actually part of that return to learning plan that the board approved back in summer, except for that very last one that says added. So again, those expectations responsible for student learning in the classroom. Student to teacher interactions will be required on a daily basis per course. Teachers will be available for students during the assigned class period. Teachers were asked to keep up a Google Classroom in every scenario. And then the one that was added was using common summative and formative assessments per course or grade level. And then on the accountability side, it was placed on principals and assistant principals to hold staff accountable to teacher expectations through monitoring those Google Classrooms and attendance. So that was just kind of the background of sort of those expectations that we set back in the summer. So if we back up to last March, as I very vividly remember, personally coming back from a wonderful trip to Europe and had about a day, and then everything suddenly broke loose. And on March 13th, we learned that we were going to be off of school for 2 weeks and returning then 2 weeks later fully distanced. And so just to kind of where we were at, sort of at that point, to I think kind of better paint a picture of really how far we've come. At that time, we had probably a handful of teachers around the district that were actively using Google Classroom, probably more of those at the secondary level. We had actually were working through a sort of a pilot of Google Classroom and had moved into Schoology, or vice versa. I can't remember which it was now, but we were working through that. So we had a couple of teachers at each grade level that were part of that. And then all of a sudden, we learned in pretty short order that we needed to be ready to be fully online. So what we did back in March on the 18th, 19th, and 20th is we worked with Tierney Brothers out of the Twin Cities to offer our teachers some more or less a crash course in Google Classroom to get us as prepared as we could be in 2 weeks to move to distance learning. So that really started at the building level. I vividly remember being at Sunnyside in the gym together and walking through how to set up a Google Classroom in the most basic terms and how to utilize Google Meet in the most basic terms. From there on the 19th and 20th, we offered those Tierney courses, Google Classroom 101, 201, and 301. The 301 at that time was optional, and really for those teachers that were feeling as though they were feeling pretty well equipped and were looking for some next level support. So that was where we started in the spring. And then obviously as we worked our way through the spring, teachers developed some proficiency and some other needs came out. Jess, I'm going to pass it to you.
There we go. I'm off mute there. So as we kept going, what happened then is we learned a lot from what feedback we got from teachers and feedback we got from families, and also I think from all of you about what maybe wasn't working well in the spring and what we needed to change in August and going in. So what we did was we did some more training on, I'm not going to read you all of it, but the training on the Google Classroom was we did a whole nother 101, 201, 301, and then we went through the Wonders training, Google Chrome extensions for the teachers who are a little bit further along now in their process with Google Classroom. We did some Go Guardian training, and then also had some My Math for the newer teachers and for the teachers that hadn't taught math before. Let's see. Then we also did some follow-up to the trainings from Wonders in September and October. We had some training for Wonders for the administration, so they could kind of coach the teachers along and have that knowledge base when some questions came up. We also had My Math admin training to have the same thing happen, so that the principals are in that instructional leader role and really are the backbone to making sure that that curriculum is supported. We also have some learning letters that go out to teachers that kind of put them through how to get to professional development on the websites for My Math and for Wonders, so they can kind of go through that on their own pace and really differentiate it a little bit more. We also have some emails that come in consistently. It's getting a little quieter, but some individualized follow-up to make sure that some data dashboards are working or not working through our rep, and really troubleshooting some things that are problem solving with teachers and then with our rep from McGraw-Hill. Charlie McLaughlin also was very helpful in troubleshooting some of those tech issues with teachers as well, and getting the sign-on all set to go. Then we move into our professional development that you all approved for us. That was very, very helpful for teachers, the November 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And we did some professional development that was developed in-house, but with this resource. So really leaning heavy on this resource that was created by some experts at Doug Fisher, Nancy Fry, and John Hattie, kind of pulled this resource together when distance learning happened, and brought what we know, I would say, about good teaching always into one space. And so it's kind of what we could do with that then is transcend distance learning, but also have us have some really concrete conversations and sharing with teachers during that November 23rd, 24th, and 25th. They also were able to utilize some work time within that to make sure their Google Classrooms were more up to date and really utilize their colleagues. During that time, we also had some breakout sessions. I can't remember if I'm talking over you now, Mike. Am I good to go? Okay. So we also had some breakout sessions that came directly from Tony Kashi is part-time now helping us out as a tech lead and integrationist, and he sent out a survey to E6 and 712 to see like what are those biggest needs that we had. Obviously there's always going to be some things that rise to the top for some teachers but not for all, and so these are the ones that kind of rose to the top, and what we had were some teacher experts that really stepped up and gave those breakout sessions for every single day and then recorded them on the last day, so teachers are also able to go back to them for further follow-up, so they can rewind and rewatch and that sort of thing. During that time, we also had the virtual power pack that we had talked a lot about here, and there were some good feedback from it, but that it was a lot at one time was a lot of the feedback, that it's got a little bit, we knew it was going to be a lot, but it got a little bit overwhelming at times. We will be able to have some follow-up to that, to follow up with our tech leads and make sure that we're really utilizing the information that people got during that. There we go, Mike.
Perfect, thank you. So really, I also wanted to kind of highlight it as well as the structured professional development opportunities that we've kind of highlighted. There are several other things that we've done to try to work on meeting some of these unique needs that this year has brought. First of all, we did over the late summer. We had a group of teachers kind of led by Amanda Peterson that started an online help center, and actually there's both for families but then for teachers as well. That is now something that Tony Kashi has continued to work with and continues to add to. It is linked on the technology department site on the district webpage. But this is a good resource for teachers, lots of videos, lots of how do I do this, how do I do that as a starting place. As Jess mentioned, we have also hired building instructional technology leads in each building that act as sort of a first line of defense on technology issues and questions. It can be anything from just troubleshooting, why can't I get the volume working on this, to, hey, help me out, show me a little bit more about how Google Slides work, any number of things. Those are the folks that are kind of our boots on the ground with some of that. In addition, we've added a couple of, I think, pretty vital tools for teachers to use during this school year. The first of those was GoGuardian, which we did adopt in August, and have had a couple training opportunities on. This is one that I have heard repeatedly. I've heard over and over and over again how useful this has been for teachers to be able to push content to students, to be able to use as a classroom management tool when they see a student has wandered from what they're supposed to be doing to YouTube videos. It's easy to bring them back. But then also I've heard too that it's been a really good tool for teachers in helping to troubleshoot some of those basic tech issues because they can see what's on a student's screen. So it makes it much easier for them to help. The second one of those that we adopted as a district before we moved to fully to distance learning is Screencastify, which is a tool that allows teachers to to cast their screen, what's on it, and voice over it. They can do just pure video themselves, just what's on their screen, or a combination of both. And we had had some access. A lot of these companies back in the spring offered free access to the higher level tools, of course, to one, help out, but two, I think to entice teachers and districts into thinking about going with them. Screencastify was the one that really we had, based on the data we had, that we had probably more teachers using that than just about any other one, and it's got a good simple interface. And so we paid for the version of it that allows them to have longer record limits and to save more videos that they need to save. So those have been a couple tools we added. And then another one is, we're continuing in the tech department to work really hard on continuing to try to meet tech requests as we can. Of course, this is always a balance between what we need with what we're able to fund. But I actually feel really proud of what we have been able to do. We've had a lot of requests for secondary monitors. We've had to get some adapters to make those monitors work with the laptops, which we've done. We continue to fill some needs for document cameras, especially now that we're working remotely, and then providing Chromebooks to paras and others that are now working with kids remotely and weren't before. In fact, I just actually got a nice email from a teacher today that was forwarded on from somebody else in the tech department about some of these supports, and that this is a teacher that said that between friends of hers that are teachers and some teacher blogs that she looks at, that she's really thankful for the work that we've done in Red Wing to provide teachers with the tools that they've needed. If you go to the next one, Jess. Oh, sorry, I totally blocked off. I missed that bottom one because I have my thing up. Looking ahead, we also have some additional professional development dates coming up in January and February. So we will be kind of continuing to look at how we can utilize those to meet the needs of teachers through the feedback that we're getting from them. One of the things that Jess and I have talked about, no solid plans in place, but one of the things that I've liked in a few conferences I've been to is sort of an unconference plan, where you can you ask folks to throw out topics that they're interested in, and then find others that are interested in sort of leading those discussions and helping others out. So we're hoping that maybe something along those lines can be part of that PD, so that we are getting at those individual needs that teachers have. All right, now I'm ready, Jess.
All right.
So what was this professional development based on? So it kind of several things as we've gone along the way. First of all, we had a spring brainstorming session. There were, what was it, Jess, around 30 people or so that were part of those, that represented a variety of stakeholders.
Mm-hmm.
That we did, and then some tech surveys that we've done around what are those needs. Just kind of reference those with Tony. We also had some listening sessions with the community, and also just family emails. So a lot of things that we've kind of worked through too have been based on the emails that we've received from families about their needs and their questions. A summer community brainstorm. principal walkthroughs, as part of that. And then we had a couple of teacher tech check-ins. So we did one in September, and then we did another one here just recently, looking at October and November. So I won't spend too much time on the data, but just to look at it in sort of general. So these are some of the questions. Teachers were asked to more or less rank themselves from 1 to 5, 1 meaning more or less I strongly disagree, to 5 meaning I strongly agree. So if you take a look, the first question I had, the tech tools to teach, you can see the E6 results versus the 712 results in both September and October. And as you can see, that obviously as we've done these things and teachers have had the opportunity to really get some PD and to use these tools, you can see that our agreement level with that statement is going up. If we go to the next one, you're going to start to see a pattern here. I have teaching strategies to teach. If you take a look, E6 and 712 at our September results versus our October, November results, you can see that obviously that's headed the direction we'd like to see it headed. The next one, I feel I'm prepared to teach my best each day. You can see the E6 again, September through November, and 712 September through November. Again, we're seeing more 3s, 4s, and 5s and fewer 1s and 2s, which is exactly what we want to see. And the next one, I enjoyed teaching most days. And that was a hard one to see how many 1s and 2s there were back in September. This is hard, right? This is hard for everybody, and teachers are no exception to that. And while we still have some of those, the number of 4s and 5s has definitely increased in those as well. Is that the last one, Jess, or is there another one? Yeah. And again, the number, I should point out too, that the numbers of respondents in those two surveys was pretty similar within a handful of respondents on each of them. So I do feel like our numbers are relatively close. So I guess at this point, we'll go ahead and open it up to some questions. I think Jim was first in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, Jess, thank you very much for presenting tonight. Just a couple questions and maybe a comment. Did we have anything done to train or teach the children how to get on Chromebooks, how to get that? Was there anything involved with helping the students and directing them to meet the expectations? And is there, what type of e-learning, this is for anybody because the board members, some have children there, when there's tests, what goes on when the test is being taken by a student and the teacher? And thirdly, e-learning, distance learning is a struggle for many people, I think, and I'm concerned about, why I bring these up, I'm kind of concerned about an article out of Oregon talking about they expect over a third of their students will be failing. I don't know what ours are. I don't want them to be a third or more, but it does, somebody that doesn't have a child in school, it does concern me from parents I've heard from on the fact that we went to distance learning. So thank you for your time. I'll let you answer those or comment on those as you wish.
Sure. I can speak to the first one, the students prep. So we, and I'll speak specifically to my building, Sunnyside. In our first back to school meeting with teachers on August 24th, this was part of the discussion that we had on that day, and I know the other administrators had as well, was asking teachers to start, because we always knew this was a possibility, right? And so we asked teachers right away in August to start spending time with students, getting them on to Google Classroom, to getting them comfortable with the online wonders and my math tools, and to start spending that time. And I've heard from several in my building that have said that that has helped quite a bit. That the time that they were able to spend when they had everybody together, where they could all sort of try it out and fail forward together, was helpful when it did come to needing to do it for real. Jess, I don't know if you want to jump in on that at all.
Yeah, when I did some of the walkthroughs, the kindergarten classroom that I went into, there were a lot of kindergartners in there, and the only thing they were doing is like, nope, this is the button that you push, and then all of them would go, nothing happened, and then and then they would all go around and say, this is the button that you push, this is how you mute yourself. So that was basically a teacher-led, having those Google Classrooms up and running right away, even though you didn't need them right away. It was to utilize them to train the kids in case we had to go to this back and forth. The second one, Jim, can you remind me of the second one?
It was about testing.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
Yes, that is definitely a concern across the country, across the world right now. What everybody doing about cheating? And so one of the things that is happening right now is the discussion about what we grade and how we assess, which has been going on for a while in education on what things are we assessing, what is a formative assessment, what is a summative assessment, and how do we create things that, because we also live in a world where a lot of the tests we might have had before are Googleable, I'll say. Our tests, we can no longer have assessments that are Googleable. And how do we make sure that we teach that content, but that the kids, that they're assessed on things that are a little bit higher level thinking, that is more about utilizing the skills that utilizing the content that we have taught. So, and I would say that it is an ongoing discussion about how do we make sure that that's happening.
Yeah, I wasn't referring to people are cheating. I wasn't at all. I just, my question kind of is, when the kids are taking the test, are they, is it a time where they just do it themselves and then submit it, or are they online with the teacher at the time? How is that implemented to help the students along and make sure it's done and done the way we want it and submitted?
Yeah, so I think it's the same thing, is that it's different in every class. It depends on the assessment, how it's being delivered. But that is something we're hearing from teachers is, do I need to shift what my assessment is, being that we're distance learning? And that is the conversation that's happening at the PLC level to kind of troubleshoot, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Right. In fact, I just had a good conversation last week with our kindergarten team in their PLC meeting around some of this, around some of those end of the quarter assessments that they do to really gauge students' progress on those important kindergarten standards, and starting to try to work together to troubleshoot some of those. Some of them are easy enough to get at, and a lot of that can be done through one-to-one meets with students, but there are some things that are tougher to accomplish online. And so that is a challenge. I know we've faced it. We had actually, even back in the summer, we had a couple of requests for early entrance to kindergarten. And we have a pretty clear process on that, but it was a challenge to figure out how we were going to now institute that process online. So that's definitely an issue we continue to work on, because, I mean, let's face it, none of us have been through a pandemic before. We're kind of building this plane as we fly it. So.
Yeah, and I think, I just bring up, I don't know if every school does it differently, like you just said. I think they probably do. I think one area school kind of falls, do the tests, then I think that somebody's online with them at the same time, their camera's going, the teacher's there, the child's there. But I just want to make sure that we're helping our kids every way we can. So
sure. Yeah. And then I think your third point was just that concern on e-learning, and obviously, that's a concern for all of us, right? I will say we're not too far into this, right? When you think about it, it's really only been a couple weeks because we had the 3 days, the week of Thanksgiving off there. So we're a couple weeks in, but I can tell you in my building, I've heard really more, in some respects, almost pleasantly surprised commentary from teachers that really it's overall they have felt like the engagement has been good. I meet with my team weekly in the building to discuss attendance concerns. Last spring, that was there are days where I felt like that's all we did was really try to troubleshoot attendance concerns. I think the fact that our school day looks more like a regular school day has been helpful in that. I think the fact that teachers are on live with students more often has helped quite a bit with that. And so actually we've had very few, and again, I'm only speaking for my building, but we've had very few attendance issues that we've had to really troubleshoot to this point. And teachers have expressed that by and large, they feel feel like this has been better than they thought it was going to be. Now, is it going to be is it going to look exactly like it looks having everybody in the building? No, of course not. But I will say that is something that I know every administrator in every building is tracking very carefully.
Anything else? Oh, go ahead.
I thought unless Jim has more, I thought Holly was maybe in the queue.
Okay. Yep. Holly's next, I think.
Yep. Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you both for that. My quick questions, two of them. One, the surveys that you showed us, I couldn't see the numbers very close. These are not bifocals. These are just for the glare. So how many people were surveyed?
Yeah, so Mike, I gave you those numbers that you said at the end there.
Yeah, so we had in E6 in September, we had 86 respondents. And in November, we had 78 respondents. And 7/12 in September, there were 57 that responded. And in November, there were 50 that responded.
Okay, but it was sent to all the teachers?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay, great. And then my other question really quick, are teachers given that extra prep half hour during their day in like the governor had kind of suggested? Has that been happening?
Carson, I might throw that one to you, where we're at in the process.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Holly, and something that I'll circle back with the elementary principals. But my understanding is that during the distance learning, that there's time carved up so that they have the extra time for prep. But I have not circled back with the principals recently, so I will do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just update me when you can. Thanks, guys.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Otherwise, I'm going to go eat my dinner.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, this has been very helpful to hear about all the things that are going on and what's been happening. So thank you for the great work.
Yeah, it's, when you put it in context of where we were last March, it's pretty amazing what change this precipitated and how quickly we had to move on it.
Right. Right. Well, thank you for your leadership in that for sure. Appreciate it. All right. Well, then, thank you, Mr. Pagel and Ms. Whitcomb for being with us this evening, and we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is the GCED online learning application. I believe Sherry Johnson is going to be presenting for us.
Good evening. So Mr. Anderson asked that I provide an update to the state-approved online learning comprehensive and supplemental program application. That is a mouthful. The application has been submitted to the MDE. As a reminder, this doesn't replace any current initiative that we have. The intent is to have the ability to provide coordinated and collaborative online learning options for students, families, and schools, both now and in the future years. This initiative really supports member school district efforts with providing online learning options for students. The ADM revenue is maintained by each individual member district. I think that's really important for our members. ADMs are a big topic of conversation right now, even previously in this board meeting. This initiative is important because it builds on current student, family, and school experience with online learning and positions our member districts to be able to respond to both student need, both now during the pandemic and also in subsequent years. We believe there's likely going to be an interest by some students and families to continue with online learning after the pandemic. And so that allows us to help maintain that ADM and really provide students with the types of opportunities they want. And each district will probably put their own spin on how they offer that to families, but it even could be something, some of our families right now that choose homeschooling, for instance, might tap into this. So we are excited about some of those options. To date, we've had multiple meetings with MDE. We've received feedback as to our draft applications and have made the requisite and recommended feedback points. This process included a review of fiscal audits, organizational charts, student supports, including EL and special education, MTSS structures, teacher development and evaluation, standard alignment, and approval of syllabi for each of the courses. Right now, the program application calls for a comprehensive and supplemental program that spans grades 4 through 12. The Superintendent's Council has asked that we examine adding K3 when it is feasible to do so. And just as a final note, I want to thank my staff and the member districts who really supported this work. It was a tremendous amount of work, and we could not have done this without that. MDE, like I said, has the application. They did inform us that approvals are taking longer than normal due to the high number of districts working through this process. I think many districts found themselves in the same place we did this fall. But everything is in, and we look, and honestly, after the meetings we've had, including a site visit, we really feel good about our application and excited about this opportunity for the members. And then I'll just open it up for questions.
Heidi is in the queue.
Thank you. Sherry, can you tell me a little bit about, first of all, I was really impressed by how many options are offered through this. So I think it's great when kids have a lot of choices that make sense to plug them in. How do these classes work? Is it on demand, or is it a seat time where they're required to, check in at 10 a.m. is when we start the class, or is this accessed on demand by the student?
We will determine that with each individual member district.
Okay. And then I agree with you. I think this pandemic is changing the face of public education in unexpected ways. And I think you're right. I think some folks will definitely look at this as an option to either supplement or provide something that they were unable to do, or just a different way of learning that made sense for their child. So I'll look forward to what the future brings. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Other questions for Sherry?
Sherry, this is Mike. Is it possible for districts to have both students signing in during the day and also doing it on their own as a more independent, like Heidi was saying?
Well, each course does have an instructor assigned to it. We will be using our own, the member districts, we will choose to use FDE that we currently have in our member districts first.
Sherry?
Yeah.
What's FTE?
Full-time equivalency, sorry.
Teachers?
The acronyms just yes, teachers. Just kind of roll off. I apologize for that. But there is an instructor tied with each course that will be having contact with that student. Will some of the districts use this for credit recovery? One of the, I think what you were maybe alluding to, yes. And they already are doing that as well. So again, it's just another set of avenues for students.
Right, but even beyond credit recovery, but I suppose
even for independent study, there would be a teacher assigned, an instructor assigned, whether through us or someone else. The students may do some of that work independently, yes.
Okay, yeah, so that would be, might require people to be doing late night work, or maybe they could do, anyway. I was just asking that, so another option for students.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Holly's in the queue.
Thank you, Sherry, for bringing that forward. I know I had kind of been like, Sherry, because this is extremely important that we get this moving and we get it done really well, considering our enrollment, considering things that are on the horizon in our community. So one of my questions is, when GCED put all of this together, are you aware of what individual districts that you partner with are doing in each district? Like you had mentioned to me in the email, not so sure what Red Wing is doing in this capacity. Are you getting more aware of that, or are you strictly leaving that to the independent districts on their own?
I'm not sure that I remember the exact email, but in developing this application, there were people from every district that were involved in it.
Okay.
So we had teachers, we had some principals that helped actually write the application. So it was not written by GCED staff. Like I did not have a hand in writing it at all. It was staff and the member districts and staff here that
Okay,
if
so
you-
kind of a committee?
That's correct. We have a stakeholder committee.
Okay,
Mhm.
so within that application, does each member district then have to submit their specific plan to that application?
No.
Or is it a broad application?
It's not really a submission of a plan. There's nothing else required by the Department of Ed. Yes, when a district decides to, let's take targeted services, for instance. Targeted services is another program that runs through us. If Mike Pagel at Sunnyside wants to write a targeted services plan, he sends that to us. What we're really doing is making sure that the fiscal budget works and that it follows the intent of the plan. But he's putting his own flavor on it and developing it because all my districts are different.
Yes, that I understand now. Now I'm getting it. So Karsten, that would fall to you then. Are you aware of who's kind of spearheading our plan for this?
Yeah, certainly staff members from Red Wing, will steer the plan. And for example, we've had some discussions over the last few months, actually, about our school district submitting an application to become an online service provider as well. And so that's actually on the agenda for December 21st to essentially give an update to the board and then receive approval to at least issue the letter of intent. And our primary focus would be the youngest grades because I think that our online only option is working extremely well with kids in kindergarten through 4th grade. And we could, scale it back to K through 3, to mesh with GCD's work, or we could scale it up to grades K through 6. I will tell you that grades 7 through 12 is a different ballgame just because of the different licensures and everything else that goes into that. But yeah, we'll be bringing more information on Monday the 21st.
Okay, well, thank you, Sherry, for submitting that application so that everybody can move forward on that. And Karsten, I look forward to hearing. I might not be hearing it on the 21st, but I look forward to reading about it as everything kind of moves forward. And I would anticipate some kind of committee having to do some work on what an online approach for a lot of our learners in Red Wing could look like, because I think it's going to be the up and coming thing for a lot of families that have to juggle schedules. And if kids have illnesses, apart from a COVID type illness, but if they're in and out of school for different things, this could be a real game changer. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think it's critical. And like you said, Holly and Sherry, we need to do it right. And I think if we do, that's a huge advantage. We also wanted to mesh with our Wonders curriculum, our My Math curriculum, so that it's seamless. Because even if someone chooses distance learning one year, they may not choose it the next year, and we don't want people to fall behind or miss important areas. So, yeah, I'm very impressed with our online only teachers. I think they're top notch, and we need to use that to our advantage.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thanks for joining us, Sherry. It's nice to see you. All right. I will just also note that in the board book, there are several attachments under this topic for, there's an appendix A, B, D, and it goes through, there's some website links as well. So if you want more reference material, it's all there for you. All right, school board reports. We'll just go down the line with what's listed here on the page. And so Finance Committee, is there any updates that you'd like to share with us?
No updates to share other than we won't be having a meeting in December. So.
Okay, that's a good update. Thank you. Operations Committee.
Operations Committee met tonight before the meeting here. We did a review on busing and number of students that are coming to each one of our elementary schools in a range from 1 mile to 2 miles, and seeing what those numbers were and talking about whether there was any way to increase the number of students that we could transport and cut back on the walking zone. And at this time, it's just really not there because of time limits on routes and everything else. But our staff and our consultants will continue to monitor that and still make sure that we're ready to go next year when we get back into in-person learning or hybrid or whatever way we're going. We also had a review of food service and the lunch packets that have been going out. And then thirdly, the land lease for potential solar garden up by the communication tower. None of the documents were ready at this time, and Carson will probably be updating this on his report, I would assume, later this meeting. I do have a couple other committees I can talk about, but I just maybe should make sure that I've covered things well enough. Maybe Jim and Holly have something else to add.
I'd love to add something.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, at our November 25th food handout, or not handout, but lunch that was provided to the families, we used turkey from Ferndale Farms, and it was fresh, and every family got that. So I think that the fact that we're using local produce and local sources is phenomenal, and I would like to congratulate Brent and his team in really trying to organize around what's really best for kids, especially health-wise, when we know that they might not be getting the exercise that they need. And he said some really good news is coming in terms of children's nutrition in the future and how school lunches are going to be prepared and what they're going to be looking at as far as ingredients and what's going to be expected. So hopefully we'll move away from some of the things that kids often throw away. And they might fill their bellies with some other things. So I was really impressed with that.
Thank you, Holly, and also later this meeting, we also will be a recommendation from our committee in regards to the transportation MOU there. That way I don't have to say it. And in regards to when the buses are not transporting kids. And so that will be coming up later here. That was also discussed at the meeting. Then if I may, can I go into the Goodhue County Ed District and Native American Parent Committee?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just a quick thing on Native American Parent Committee. We'll be meeting on Wednesday. We've gone and had a meeting here just last month. Things have pretty much died out over the last year or two, and things have finally gotten back going. Philip White is our school liaison, I believe is the title, and that we got to work with our Native students in our district. And so things are proceeding there. Just trying to think what else they'll be working on. Some ideas of working with their elders to help with education, adopting students maybe, or other things, different ideas to try to keep the students engaged, and also finding other ways to meet with their community and stuff. So it's good to see this committee up and running again. I'm really glad about it. Then going over to Goodhue County Ed District, we met just on last Wednesday. Finances and cash flow appear to be okay at this time. The money seems to be coming in, and hopefully we were looking at a possible cash shortage this spring, but it sounds like it might work its way through. We just heard about the distance learning updates, the online learning updates. Also, the Goodhue County Ed District is in distance learning for all students at this time, other than special services. They give updates to the families every Friday on how things are progressing. The big item that took place, and that actually finished up on Thursday morning, was sale of participation certificates of participation for refunding of the Ed District's debt. It was well received by the market. There will be an interest saving of 3.6% over the remainder of the debt, and it should result in savings of $32,000 a year or $609,000 over the life of the debt. And this is the money that was used to build the new ed district building for all our member districts. Red Wing is, I think, around 40% of the ed district, but all this money will be a savings to each local district on their percentage. So that'll be good to see that coming out going forward. Anything else I can answer questions on any of those three?
Thanks for delivering good news.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for all that update, Arlen. How about Personnel Committee?
Yep, thank you, Pam. Really, we actually have a lot later on in our agenda for the school board, so I'll try to just be brief here, but we did spend a lot of time talking about the Director of Technology, as Mr. Pagel obviously gave us quite a report today too, but we talked a lot about giving him a little bit extra stipend than was originally thought of. A lot of extra work has gone in there, so we toyed around and asked a lot of questions on that, and even talked about kind of long-term what that will look like for the future, if it's sustainable to have a principal, being head of IT and kind of integration. So sounds like we've come to some resolution on that, so that should probably be forthcoming, I would think, next month or so, Karsten, or the next meeting, as far as that extra stipend.
Correct.
Yeah. And then just continue to discuss a lot about kind of what e-learning might look like in the future, and reporting our responsibilities in there of what we're going to do in the future for staff and e-learning when it comes to that. So I know Karsten continues to work on that. And that organizational chart continues to be worked on. I think it'll be finalized with some of the decisions we're making this evening, with some titles on roles. And we again went over the superintendent's contract to make sure that that was what we wanted to present to you guys with our recommendations. So that will be later on in our agenda. And we, of course, had a kind of a frustrating report from Teachers on Call on just how much is not being covered by substitutes and not being filled. So, of course, we kind of tried to brainstorm about ways to, get the message out that we still have a need for substitutes in our district when we get back, especially get back to hopefully some in-person learning. So we talked a little bit about that. So that was it. We do have, I just wanted to make sure we did, Kirsten, we take off the grievance, I think, on our school board agenda. I'm sorry that I'm talking while I'm thinking.
I left it on the agenda thinking that I'd just give an update at that time, but you can certainly do it now.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you do that at that time just to keep it. But we did just discuss that, and we're probably going to be on a hold for that, just so everybody knows, as far as just encouraging Principal Nemenich and Superintendent Anderson to work out with the union, possibly a different route on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Janie. How about Legislative and Policy Committee?
Sure. And I'm going to roll into some MSBA stuff, because I've had a number of meetings with MSBA to update you on, and a very brief community ed report too. So we did move our meeting due to some workload issues to November 30th. So I appreciate the committee's flexibility. We went over the school board procedures handbook. We provided feedback at this time, but final approval will more than likely be with the new board, so that you can look at that together, establish some communications protocols, which are critical, develop some healthy norms. There's a lot of norms in there, like the no surprises norm. That's pretty standard. And then the student school board member program is in there too. And I would like to see that revised in consultation with district paid professional leaders and using an equity lens. And then upcoming at our next gathering on December 21st, we anticipate having the legislators at the table. Normally every year we put together our own platform, which kind of reviews what are the barriers and challenges we've experienced as a district this year, and how could they be addressed in a legislative manner. And this year we also, and then usually the cycle is we go through and we look at everybody else's all the education advocacy groups legislative platform too. But those are coming out late this year, and I think it's just all due to COVID that they're probably really going to be focusing on funding the funding year ahead and the next biennium too. So for our legislative meeting with our local folks, we are going to focus on the COVID impacts, kind of telling our story by the numbers. And so Jackie will be, and Carson will be developing that data to share, such as our enrollment decline, which is quite severe and is going to deeply impact our funding both this year and the coming years, where we've experienced savings, but then also the number of those unbudgeted expenses too, and then how our district has been fortunate enough to have some partners who have been willing to forward money to support our teaching and learning for our staff and our students. And then we would also like, since we have Sherry as the co-chair of a statewide, the Education Finance Working Group, we would like her to present. And then we will leave plenty of time for some questions for legislators to give us some perspective on the upcoming session as we normally do. So I think that'll round out an hour quite well. And I can't remember if that's scheduled for 3:45 or 4:45. So if we can make sure that everybody knows what that time is, because we work in those 2-hour blocks sometimes. So I just want to make sure that that gets determined for December 21st. I think it's a 4:45 for the legislators.
I'll have Lisa double check and we'll get back to everyone.
Right. Just eliminate any confusion. And I'll pause now before I roll into the MSBA work for Holly and Arlen to add anything they wish to put out there. Okay.
Nope, I'm good at this time. Thanks, Heidi.
All right. So one of the things, if you were paying attention last week, the November forecast came out on December 1st. The good news that came kind of surprisingly was that we are $640 million to the good for the next biennium. So that's where you hear the legislature here in the state talking about what relief can they provide businesses or citizens, and that will be coming up next Monday, a week from today, in that special session. What COVID relief can they provide? The good news has also come at a off the backs of negative enrollment for school districts across the state. We are down 12,600 kids, and that's where the state saved $1.1 billion because those kids didn't show up in our enrollment. That's not good news. We're part of that story too, where we think we're going to bottom out to 170 student loss by the end of the year. And then they did experience $1.9 billion to the good on the revenue side. So it looks like we will maybe squeak through with our funding for the next biennium, but that's still yet to be determined. And then there's a caveat, because the next biennium, they predict they will be over $1 billion short. So in order to get through the one in front of us, they may have to adjust what they're doing for us this time as they look out ahead, and it's not positive. So part of the legislative platform we passed, well, back at the Delegate Assembly last Wednesday, we've adjusted the wording on the resolution for the general education formula. So pay attention to those changes, because it's not a strictly hold harmless message anymore, because there's money there, but we're still concerned about moving ahead. So just FYI. From MSBA directly, that leadership conference final schedule is out. Each day, I think, starts at a different time. One is 8:30, one is 9. The other might be 9. So just check in. I know we're having elections on the second Thursday. So that would be the 21st. And then consider a legislative go-to as a school board member, because you won't have that direct tie to MSBA anymore, and that intel kind of coming forward and that analysis. Think about it, signing a school board member to kind of follow what is the legislature up to. My community ed update is that Marcia Jensen is retiring after 30 plus years in the district. Marcia was at the table in 1987 and began Kids Junction. I'm not sure I knew that about Marcia. And I'm like, wow, and look at us today and how many kids we're serving through Kids Junction at 4 different sites. So congratulations to Marcia Jensen and her retirement. And I know Community Ed will sorely miss her. I think on our agenda, we have her replacement to step into some big shoes there. Cabo Family Center, believe it or not, is already planning for 2021. What does the fall look like? Because registration will start January 12th. So again, you know, we're in the midst of a very difficult year, but we already have to plan for the upcoming school year. And that Kids Junction is still going strong at between 120 and 130 kids per day, with a staff working from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So I want to give hats off to those folks, because one of the things that they reported on when we were talking about technology earlier is that kids push the done button and they're not done with their assignment. And then the teacher has to email back and say, they pushed the done button, but the assignment is not complete. So Kids Junction staff circle back and make sure that those kids are being on task and we're not pushing that done button before they really are done. So anyway, that's all I have, and I will stand for questions if you have any.
Any questions for Heidi? Thanks for all that great update, Heidi. Appreciate all that. Jeannie, do you want to share anything about negotiations at this time?
Sure. I guess we did have a mediation meeting last week, and we are continuing. I'll just kind of leave it at that. So nothing was decided. What do you think that maybe Jim or Pam, if you want to, I think that's a fair statement. So we'll be continuing on. I think we'll have a closed session to discuss some things coming up next time.
That's correct.
Yeah, meeting. So, yep.
That's correct. We're going to have a closed session on the 21st, and then we'll talk about it then.
Which group?
Yep. Custodians.
Oh,
Custodians. Okay. We had mediation on last Wednesday, the 2nd. Virtual, very different.
Yeah.
Are there any other committees that anyone would like to report on this evening? All right, then I will turn it over to Superintendent Anderson for his administrative update.
All right, I'll just hit the highlights. There is a written report in the board packet. Just wanted to point out that Minnesota State College Southeast did receive a sizable grant from the Minnesota Job Skills Partnership to start a mechatronics program in the community. Mechatronics, as far as I know, is a combination of mechanics, electrical engineering, computer programming, and so it's an exciting possible program. They are going to work with member schools to see how that program can mesh with local high school schedules too. So we're excited about that. Larry Lundblad, by the way, is the interim president of the Southeast, and he's done a great job, but they are starting a search process for the director to start next year. I did check with Minnesota School Board Association about whether or not a single hire could be removed from a list of hires in a consent agenda instead of removing the entire list of hires. The representative I talked to said, you know, you could look at it different ways or from both sides, but he thought that a single hire could be removed, allowing other hires to remain on the consent agenda. So again, it'll be up to the board to decide, you know, how they want to set that up on a regular basis with consent agendas. Like to thank Mick Wenlin for his work with career technical education programming. We were up for review this year, and we had to put in numerous program requests and course requests, and I don't know how many days it took him or weeks it took him to work with teachers and others to formulate those plans, but they have been submitted to the state. So thank you, Mick, for that. The Cooks Association did put in a request to reopen negotiations or adopt an MOU because of increasing health insurance rates. The committee members and I did not endorse that or did not approve that because we'd rather wait until a negotiation cycle to do that. Jenny already mentioned the mediation session with the custodians, and as she said, we'll have that closed session to talk about negotiation strategy. We did make some progress in looking at in-person or hybrid school board meetings. It has not been a high priority because we're all in distance learning right now, but Charlie has been working on that. Like to highlight the work of, or the suggestion made by Justin Pline and implemented by Brent Lexfold as far as getting more people to sign up for applications for educational benefits. I used to call it, application for free and reduced lunch meals. That's what we all know it as, but there is a better name for it. Brent, thanks to Justin's suggestion, Brent organized an effort with about 20 people, I think, somewhere between 15 and 20 people, to call every family in the district to let them know how important it is to still fill out the application, even if those free meals are coming their way during the school year. And so I know he's had good success bringing more people in. The reason that's important is that some of our funding, hundreds of thousands of dollars of our funding, is based on how many of those applications are received, if they meet certain criteria. So thank you, Brent and Justin, for their work in that area. Don Wedern has been leading the effort to survey families who are open enrolling in and out of the district. Don is really looking carefully at the data we already have. I know that every non-resident agreement form that comes through our office from a student who wants to go to another district does ask for the reason for leaving. Melinda Johnson over the summer did inquire with many of those families to get more specifics, or at least to make sure that the form was filled out completely. And so Don is working diligently to figure out what data we already have so we don't call the same family twice, essentially. So appreciate Don's work in that area. And the last two items in my report we're going to be covering later in the agenda, so I won't highlight those at this time. Any questions?
All right. Sorry, I was having a hard time getting my mute button to show up. All right. Seeing no questions for Superintendent Anderson, the next piece on our agenda is the consent agenda.
And then, as Holly suggested, if we could add item 5, the purchase of 6th grade Wonders 2020 curriculum. There is background information later in the agenda packet that describes details about that.
Where exactly, under which part?
It would be a new item number 5. So right after resignations.
Right. And can you point out where on the agenda that extra information is?
Sorry about that. It's the very last topic.
513.
Yep, 513. It was added today because I got all of the information. So if you printed out a packet earlier, there is new information on the website.
That's so funny because I did print it out. So there was no number 13 on my list. So thank you. All right.
If I may, under the consent agenda, I would like to pull the special meeting minutes for November 13th for discussion.
Okay. All right. So who is first in the queue? Janie or Arlen? Did I see both of you in there?
Arlen was first.
Arlen, yep. You're on mute, Arlen.
Sorry, thank you. I'd like to pull Wonders 2020 from the consent agenda.
Okay.
And I have no further comment. That's what I was going to do.
Okay, so the consent agenda, we want to pull the special meeting minutes for November 13th, and we're going to pull the purchase of the Wonders curriculum with, as we were going to add a number 5 for that piece, and now we'd like to pull that. Do I have that clear? Is that crystal clear? All right, so any other discussion on the consent agenda? So we're going to pull the special meeting minutes and pull the Wonders curriculum number 5.
So I will make a motion to that effect, that we approve the consent agenda with items, special meeting minutes, November 13th pulled, and additional consent agenda item number 5 pulled for discussion also, the Wonders curriculum.
Jane Hill, second.
Any other discussion? All right, then we will take a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that passes 7-0. All right, so now we will have a discussion on special meeting minutes from November 13th.
Okay, so that was the meeting where we were met very briefly to approve the data set of information, canvassing the vote from earlier in the month. Later, one of our board members abstained from that vote, and we looked into that. I had asked Lisa to look into that with MSBA, and the answer we got back is that the data set is generated by another government entity, so that no board member should be excused or disenfranchised from exercising their right to vote in that situation. So I just wanted to offer that clarification to the board, so that in the future, there's no doubt that everybody can exercise their vote. And there's numerous examples of that. Mike and I have been reelected twice, and we've certainly approved the canvassing of the vote. And what if you had 4 board members, incumbents, running for reelection, which is possible, right? Because we do a cycle of 3 members and 4 members. And if they all got reelected, then they'd be part of the board that has to approve that. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that for folks and offer that explanation that we did follow through with Greg Abbott at MSBA, so that nobody loses their vote there. So I just wanted to offer that to the board. Thank you.
So do we don't need to, I guess you were just making a comment on that. So do we want to vote on that?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll make a motion to approve the special school board minutes from November 13th.
All right. So motion is made. Who is that? Holly? Holly, thank you. Any other discussion on the minutes from November 13th? If not, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Passes 7-0. All right, now we get to discuss item number 5, which is the purchase of the Wonders curriculum.
Yep, I did include information under item 5.13. Jess will also join us to answer any other questions that may arise. But the administrative team recommends purchasing the Wonders 2020 curriculum for 6th grade for the following reasons. First of all, the consistency of K-5 Wonders helps provide a guaranteed and viable curriculum, which is a critical part of enhancing student achievement, because all teachers are teaching the same thing, with all the necessary interventions and resources available. The elementary administrators and teachers see the benefit of aligning K-5 curriculum, interventions, and resources, and so they believe that would extend into 6th grade. Purchasing the curriculum now would cost about $48,000. If we wait until after December 15th, the cost is just over $90,000. The administrative team would like to do training now and provide materials to teachers in order to prepare for next year as soon as possible. So those are the basic reasons for it. I think Jess could give a fuller response and answer any questions that you may have.
I can just answer questions if that's okay.
Does anyone have any questions for Jess while she's here? Janie?
I know, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if I should put my name in, but Jess, can you maybe just describe in detail the process of our staff involvement in this decision, or were teachers, like, was there a working group? Kind of maybe a little bit about that, number one, and then second, a little bit more about the standards, and are we splitting up, you know, kind of on some of staff's ideas that sixth grade should be with the higher levels or lower levels? So those two things.
Yep. So the process was the same that came to you all when we first made the purchase, as far as like interviewing 200 teachers and making sure that we all were asking what are the needs that you are all having, and overwhelmingly the need was consistency and vertical alignment, and making sure that our curriculum, I mean, I heard over and over and over again that our language arts curriculum was the largest need. Throughout that process, we also looked at what the administrators needed in order to support the learning in the classroom, and in order to have that accountability. We also came to you all to say like what was needed with the educational plan and those competing priorities that we had. And I think that you all probably remember when I did the presentation on Wonders, and those three things kind of coming all together. And to say like, absolutely, is there different curriculums that maybe piece more of this in a certain way? Like there might be a reading component that is better in one curriculum over another, but where is there one that has the 6 components that we need all in one? And also all of that tiered intervention to make sure that we're following our MTSS process, and that it's very logical and also right there in need for teachers. One of my favorite quotes from the 5th grade teacher who piloted it was said like, I finally got to be a teacher again, to make sure that like the resources were there instead of building the resources, then teaching them, and now they were going back to see are the students learning what we thought and able to connect with them. So that was putting those resources in the hands of teachers. As far as the process goes, as checking in, we have administrators have talked with every 6th grade teacher to see the needs. We had a PLC meeting to talk about those needs. We also have been observing what has been happening as far as what's going on in the classroom and where we need to align what we're doing. So what was the next one, Janie?
Oh, about the standards.
Oh yeah. Yep. So actually, the Wonders curriculum is built on the Minnesota State standards. There, I can send you all the alignment of here are the standards. Here's where all of those things exist in Wonders. There are the same thing is there for My Math, but there's like 3 of the standards that are needed supplementation for My Math that isn't there for Wonders. It was built on our Minnesota State standards, and people will say that the standards are the curriculum. Well, the standards are the base of what we do. The resources are our curriculum. So the resources that we use in order to teach the standards, absolutely. And Wonders is based on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Arlen?
Yeah, thank you. The reason I wanted to pull this is because I want to acknowledge Joanna Jager's public comment in regards to this and the points that she put out there. I'm very thankful for the work she's put into our curriculum for our 6th graders, and I want to acknowledge that. And I haven't had a chance to verify the test scores, if that part of our testing was doing better, but I'm sure it is. I also need to acknowledge an email, and I'm not sure quite how to, because I don't know who saw the email, but I think it was addressed to all board members this afternoon. It was endorsed by, the Wonders 2020 was endorsed by all 4 of our elementary principals to go with 2020 for various reasons. And I don't have that email in front of me, but it was very compelling listening to that letter also. So that's why I wanted this polled. I don't know if we're voting for it here now. That's great. If we're going over to 5-1, I'm fine with it. I'm in support of the Wonders 2020 purchase. Thank you.
I would also like to go and say thank you to the work that the team of Stephanie, Joanna, and Allison, our 6th grade ELA teachers, have put in long hours in making sure that we are connecting to the standards. So we do appreciate their work, and their work is not going unnoticed. And I do think that the reason that we can have these good discussions are because of the expertise in the room, and everybody has obviously the students' best interest in mind. So we do appreciate their work on that, and they know they will know how to utilize what we have, and they will be able to be our experts in what we have because of their expertise.
I do have one question, unless anybody else has anything that they would like to ask. Joanna had talked about the alignment and how it's important for this curriculum to be a springboard for what happens down the line for students. Can you speak to that at all, Jess, on what's the next step after 6th grade for language arts and how we're going to kind of all tie this together?
Mm-hmm. So Wonders 2020 only goes through 6th grade, which is why it wouldn't be going through 7-12. But when we're looking at consistency, and I did hear that directly from Joanna 2 years ago, directly from Stephanie 2 years ago, we need that consistency, that accountability, and that alignment. And so what we would like is to make sure that we can go that far with a curriculum that loops down and loops up. And then the consistency would be, our next steps would be 7-12. The springboard is our amazing work that our K-6 teachers have done in order to give the base to the students that then we can look at what we're doing. And there is a chance that we will be able to give them a better base to work from that's consistent. And then the 7th grade teachers are able to say, this is what we get when those 6th grade students come to us. And we know based on the data dashboard, we know based on the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 interventions that we've done, we know what all of these kids will need, and we can hand that directly to the 7th grade teachers to build on what we have done. And we're a team in all of this to make sure that we give that to the 7th grade moving forward. And as far as curriculum review, we will be doing that with our 7-12 combined with social studies, actually. So social studies and English will do that at the same time, because as you know, like those two things are very connected in how literature is built in time and place, and our historic events are also built through literature. Great.
Thank you. I think that's really important for the public to hear and for our board to know that there's a bigger plan out there. Mike, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize what I feel is the importance of consistency in language and presentation through the grades. And so continuing with the same program into the 6th grade makes sense, rather than switching it up. And whatever we do in the 7th grade is up to the upper levels, but maintaining that consistency, I think, will help students. So I'll make a motion to approve the adoption of the Wonders 2020 curriculum tonight.
I'll second that. Heidi Jones.
Oh, Holly was like close second, but she'll take third.
Oh. Get an umpire.
All right. So motions on the table by Mike to approve the purchase of the Wonders curriculum for 6th grade. Heidi has seconded. Any other discussion? All right, then we will take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 7-0. Thank you, everyone. And Jess, thanks again for explaining where things are at and for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is some business items. 5.1, approval of the financial audit.
The financial audit was presented at the last board meeting. At tonight's meeting, we're just looking for official approval of that audit.
Mike will move to approve the audit.
Bryant will second.
Any discussion on the audit? So the motion is to approve the fiscal year 2020 audit as found in our board book. And we will, any other discussion?
No.
All right, we'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so the audit passes 7-0. All right, next is the first student agreement.
So again, I'll give a quick recap. Because we're in distance learning, the school district has the ability to negotiate with our bus service provider for a student in order to lower the cost during this time. Sarah Houle of the Center for Effective School Operations, or CESO, is the one who led that effort. She has considerable knowledge of other school districts because of her role as the router for CESO. And the typical range for the percentage payment that schools are making is somewhere between 85 and 90%. Some are a little higher than that. But First Student did agree to an 85% pay while we're in distance learning. Of course, that includes not only the fixed costs that the bus contractor has, but also driver costs. And so they'll be expected to pay drivers for their time. You can see the agreement that's included as an attachment. This was reviewed by the Operations Committee earlier today at a meeting.
Any discussion?
Does the Operations Committee endorse the agreement?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll make the move to approve the Pupil Transportation Services Agreement addendum.
And second by Holly. Discussion, Arlen, I see your name in the queue. You're on mute. Start again.
Did it again. I was trying to get in there before the vote motion to just say that the Operations Committee did fully endorse signing the agreement. And I was hoping to make the motion, but I'm very glad it's already done. So I'll answer any questions if anybody has. Otherwise, I'm ready to vote.
All right.
No, I'm just pleased that we were able to renegotiate a little bit, understanding these are challenging times. So I appreciate the committee's work and the administration. Thank you.
All right, so the motion on the table is to accept the agreement made by Mike, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, passes 7-0. Next is the preschool coordination.
It seems so long ago, but in May, the board did approve a human resources plan that included administrative plans for this year, as well as longer range personnel plans beginning next year for the administration of Colville Family Center. So as you likely know, Min Martin Oaks did retire in 2018, but she's been helping the school district through GCD to provide administrative support. She is scaling back her work time beginning on January 1st, and that's why the motion is presented this evening. What we'd like to do is continue to implement the human resources plan. We did employ a teacher on a 1/5 contract to serve as the preschool coordinator from July 1st through December 31st. Brittany Keel is a person in that particular role. We also hired a full-time early childhood special education or ECSE teacher beginning second semester. Right now what we have before us is to implement the plan to hire a full-time preschool coordinator from January 1st until the end of this school year. That's the short range plan. The longer range plan is to develop a position description for an early childhood director who will supervise employees and determine, plus we'll need to determine if Red Wing Public Schools or GCD holds that contract and hires the position. And so I'd like to suggest that we do that position description and determine who has the contract sometime this spring as part of the HR plan. That director position will be posted in the spring with a start date of July 1st. So that position would replace the preschool coordinator position that would be full-time from January 1st until the end of the fiscal year. I did describe kind of the process that we need to follow to fill position in the middle of the year. That's the third paragraph of the background information.
Any questions for the superintendent?
Yeah, this is Mike. So we need to hire somebody, and it looks like you're looking internally for the second half of the year, school year. And then we'll have to open up the job again. But they both, the person who's hired now will need to be licensed. And then the same thing with the next person who gets hired, if it's a different person?
Yeah, the person hired as the preschool coordinator starting January 1st would just need an early childhood special education teaching license. The position's part of the teacher group. We'd only require that as a license because Min Martin Oaks is still willing to help us, for the next 6 months. So really it's kind of a bridge until the end of the year. Because starting July 1st, then we will we'll have the new director hired to begin his or her role in that position. When we hire the early childhood director, we will require an administrative license so the person can supervise employees and take other actions that require such a license. So there will be a change in licensure as of July 1st.
Okay. But Min is there until July 1st to do the dirty work.
Yeah, she'll serve as the
Okay.
the responsible administrator. Yeah, through
Okay,
June
yeah.
30th.
It looked to me like she was not doing that, but okay, good. Thank you.
She'll be scaled back significantly, but she's willing to continue to help us on a real part-time basis.
Right.
So, Min will not be housed in the Colville Family Center. She'll be housed probably at GCD or at home.
At home,
But
yeah.
then, if there's an evaluation of a licensed teacher, then she would be responsible for doing that over the next 6 months.
Right. Sounds good. I guess I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Mike, seconded by Holly. The recommendation is to move and I move to approve the hiring plan for the preschool coordinator position starting on January 1st, 2021 as presented. Moved by
Thanks,
Mike,
Dan.
seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Passes 7-0. All right. The next one is the public summary of evaluation of the superintendent, which is we went into a closed session on November 16th, 2020, as we discussed the evaluation of the superintendent. This is the larger formal evaluation that is conducted on a yearly basis of the superintendent. 8 specific areas were looked at and evaluated, recommended by the Minnesota School Boards Association in their evaluation platform. The governance team was looked at, school district finances, communication and community relationships, school district operations, human resources, teaching and learning, student support, ethical and inclusive leadership. In addition to those 8 areas, we also looked at the superintendent goals that were set for him to work on in 2020. There were many goals and they are listed in the evaluation summary. I won't go through all of those. But each area, those 8 pieces from the MSBA and all the superintendent goals, were assessed using a 4-point scale: ineffective, developing, effective, and highly effective. There was also an option for each board member to choose unable to answer if needed. 6 out of 7 board participants, 6 out of 7 board members participated in the annual evaluation, and then the superintendent also provided a self-evaluation in each of those same areas. Let's see. I'm trying to summarize here, so I'm not reading everything verbatim, but I think I will just read the last paragraph and saying that overall the board feels that the superintendent is a strong leader in the district and has demonstrated this most recently through COVID planning and implementation. He has modernized the district practices through technology, has good partnerships with members of the community, is strong in the areas of operations and finance, and has shown growth in communication with board members and the Red Wing community as a whole. Superintendent Anderson is committed to continuous improvement and acknowledges areas that need to be strengthened. The board, along with the superintendent, has agreed to 4 goals. 1 is equity planning. The district is committed to strengthening this area through the leadership and direction of the superintendent. An equity team has already been established, along with the purchase of new inclusive curriculum. A long-term commitment to equity planning and implementation throughout the district is a priority. A second goal that the board has worked on with the superintendent is student achievement. An educational plan is set to address the achievement issues the district faces. A robust directive to address achievement gaps is essential for the next year and beyond. Third goal is the recovery from COVID. And the 4th goal is human resources. The board is directing the superintendent to focus on hiring practices that follow a consistent procedure and match adopted policy. Attention needs to be given to overall HR plan with an overarching goal of organizational structure. So the full public summary is found in your board packet and can be read at your leisure. And nothing needs to be done with that at this time. Any comments or questions? All right, then moving on to the superintendent contract. The Personnel Committee has reviewed the contract, and based on the directive by this board, we've been in negotiations with the superintendent on his contract. In summary, we're looking at a 2-year contract for 2021 through 2023 school years. The agreement includes a 0% salary increase for both years, a decrease in the car allowance beginning in the first year, changes to the language for HRA to include the VIBA option, and changes to the language and severance provisions. There were unnecessary spaces that were deleted from the contract. So the red line version shows numerous deletions of spaces. So we just kind of cleaned up the contract. The clean copy of the agreement is included in the board packet, and a red line version is included as an extra. Comments?
No, thanks, Pam. And I guess as personnel chair, I just wanted to add that we just felt like this 2-year agreement was the best focus for stability for our district at this time. We appreciated the idea of a salary freeze, and that's why you see some changes, obviously, in tenure and severance and the car allowance and such. And again, we even took into account referendum, which was a big thing that we wanted to consider as always making sure a superintendent is able to follow out their plan that they put into place. And if the board would want to go a different direction, that a new superintendent would come in to implement that next referendum. So again, we'll take questions and comments, but I appreciated Superintendent Anderson's willingness to be very fair in this situation, and I think we have a fair agreement here.
Holly is in the queue.
I think Jim was before Holly.
I was pointing at Jim on my screen. He's first.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Jim.
No worries. No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, obviously, I could probably support a 1-year contract. You know, I was against the idea of a multi-year contract. I even told the personnel chair, committee chair that. I still think this should be decided by the next board. And I'll a couple comments here. And obviously, I'm probably in the minority here, but I'm going to speak up. According to 4.3, expiration of the current contract and new contract going forward, the contract shall expire at the end of the term specified in section A above. At the conclusion of its term, neither party shall have any further claim against the other, and the school district employment of the superintendent shall cease unless the subsequent contract is entered into accordance with MSB. 3 to 6 months prior to the expiration of this contract, at the superintendent's written request, the school board shall conduct a performance evaluation of the superintendent pursuant to Minnesota statute. So we are over 6 months, almost 7 months before his expiration. I still don't think, I don't know why this has to be rammed through. So with that, I read an interesting article in the Pioneer Press. I hope others did too, about the Stillwater School Board. How they are doing a contract by the lame duck, so to speak, board. And there's uproar of that, because kind of reminded me of this action tonight. So I still think the school board coming up should do it, should be negotiating the contract, and I would be in favor of a 1-year contract, but apparently we're going with 2. But I do have a question for Mr. Anderson. As a leader of the school district, do you think we should be voting on your contract, given there's a investigation that we have not been given to, has not been given to the school board yet? That's a yes or no.
Well, I'll answer how I want to answer, Jim. And I'm confident in the work that I've done, that we've done collaboratively. It's certainly within the rights of the school board and the superintendent to agree to a contract during the last year of a contract. So I think it's perfectly legal. And, you know, there are complaints that are filed from time to time. And I'm very confident that that I've done nothing wrong that would justify any sort of disciplinary action.
Do you think we should be voting on your contract tonight based upon
bet.
that by question?
You bet.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That specifies shows your leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Holly?
Yeah, Carson, what's your current salary?
Hold on just a second.
Mm-hmm.
I wish they'd put salary information right on the very first page. It's always what people look for. It's $155,429.
And do you know what that rounds up to with benefits and such?
I don't know offhand.
Jackie, are you on? Would you know?
Hang on, I got a dog barking. I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but it's 190 to 200,000.
Okay, thank you. So I've had a lot of time to think and process through this, and I've reached out to MSBA for some guidance because I feel like it's a really big decision. And I feel like pluses and minuses are all across the board for a variety of reasons. And much like Jim said, he's, you know, willing to look at a one-year contract. But when I did talk to MSBA, they said it's extremely uncommon that a leaving board would vote in a superintendent for 2 more years without the coming in board having a say. And so they were surprised by that. And that's
Who did
where
you talk to at MSBA?
Gail.
Is she the one who gave the workshop session?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it's unusual at all, to be honest with you.
I'm not done, Carson. So I'm just
Okay.
letting you know that was the conversation I had with her.
Mhm.
She said a 1 year isn't unreasonable because there's continuity then going into the 1 year, but a 2 year is kind of unreasonable, expecting a new board to govern with the superintendent after having spent time with him. They could come in with a variety of ideas. They could come in with things that, you know, they don't necessarily agree with. So I just feel it's real presumptuous, much like I had communicated before that I wasn't comfortable with it. So I'm comfortable with a 1 year at 0%. It's not my first choice, but I would be willing to compromise with that. And everybody's given the opportunity to reach out to MSBA. This wasn't just a Holly thing, but I really felt I needed guidance from another entity on how we should move forward with this board, knowing 3 people who are extremely bright, intelligent, capable, qualified community members, you know, have a say. So that's where I stand on this.
Yeah, and I'll respond that I think 2 and 3 year contracts are very common for superintendents. So I'd be, I'm kind of surprised that Gail would say that it's highly unusual. I guess I didn't have the conversation with Gail, you did, but I think a 2 or 3 year contract would be, certainly appropriate.
Janie's in the queue and then Heidi.
I guess I just want to make sure that I'm going to make a motion first to approve this since we're discussing it and talking about it. So I'll make a motion to approve the superintendent's contract as presented.
I'll second that motion. What do you want to give it to?
And then quick, if I can just add, we discussed a lot about the 1 year and 2 years. So, maybe if I can address that just real quick. again, we decided that for the best interest of the district at this time with the finances, that it really made sense to go with the 2-year, and that, if the new board, whoever it may be, or whether the superintendent wanted to stay here after in the middle of that time, or the new board came on and it wasn't working out, that it could be mutually agreed upon to part ways at times. So I just wanted to bring that up, that was considered, but we felt like with the salary freeze and again in a pandemic, that this was in the best interest of our students and staff at this time. So.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Janie, because, and I think I've said this before, I want to continue to live and work in Red Wing. There is no doubt about it. At the same time, though, I want to be able to, I want to work in a setting where the school board wants me to be working. And so, like Janie said, if it's mutually agreeable to, do a change, we can certainly do that. And if there's enough lead time, that would give me a chance to, look for another position and for the school board to find a different superintendent. So, that's kind of how I view, all of this as far as a 1, 2, or 3-year agreement.
Janie, we also talked about the superintendent being in for that first year in order to get started on a subsequent referendum, operating referendum, which will be needed. And we usually try to pass that a year before it expires, and it's expiring at the end of the second year. So it gives an opportunity to see if we can pass, if the board can pass an operating referendum under current leadership. And if that doesn't work, the board can decide to let go or whatever. But and also we wanted to give Karsten the opportunity to fulfill the goals of the previous referendum. He set this ball in motion, and we thought it was fair to give him the opportunity to move it all the way to the proverbial goal line until the next referendum comes up and we see what else needs to be done or what the future board will need. I don't see how someone, well, anyway, I won't address that, but this is what we thought with the experience that we've had, and that, like I've said before, Karsten has done a tremendous job getting this district organized in an organized fashion. I mean, it was fairly free form when I came on the board, and Karsten is, like Jim says, a control freak. He likes to know where things are. He likes to keep things in order, and he has really helped this district get in order. When I was interviewing people for the letter that we wrote to the paper about the beginning of the COVID, about implementing the new COVID protocols, without exception, everybody I spoke to gave great praise for Karsten's work on keeping everybody focused on the end goal of getting kids back to school. And like I said, there were no exceptions. Everybody just said, when we were divided, when we couldn't figure out, when there were 12 people in the room saying we can't do this, Karsten was there to push them forward. And they said every time he pushed us forward, every time he kept us focused on the far goal, he was right every time to keep them pushing. And so he definitely earns the 1-year contract. And the second year is just to try and carry through the goals that we have set for him. And when the new board comes on, if they really don't like him, if you guys decide that he's not the one for you, you can get rid of him in a year, as long as you let him know that. But we felt that he deserved the chance to take it to the end line with our goals as a district. And like I said, he's done a great job. And maybe Heidi will mention the dearth of superintendents that are out there right now. Really, good luck finding somebody as good as Carson, I think. But someone might always pop up. You never know. But Carson has done a very good job with this district. Thanks.
Heidi's in the queue, and then Arlen.
Could you clarify for me first, Pam, in my role as the clerk, who did you give the second on that motion to? Was it me or was it Mike?
I gave it to you.
Okay, just want to clarify my notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe we have a good superintendent. He's doing a great job, especially I think through COVID planning and the response and the continued response we have to make moving ahead, being nimble, being agile. We couldn't have done this 10 years ago. The leadership just wasn't there. We didn't even have an organizational chart. So our Carson is very good at assessing deficits, weak areas, strengths we can build on. I think that's critical. I have confidence moving ahead that this is the right direction. I think the Personnel Committee articulated the timelines correctly as far as transitions and referendum planning. What Mike is referring to, had an MSBA board meeting on Wednesday afternoon, and we had the chance to have a dialogue with the executive director of the Minnesota Association of School Administrators. Her name is Deb Henton. And I have had the opportunity to ask her, what is the future of superintendencies in Minnesota? Right now, it's a challenging climate for all types of public education staff, superintendents included. There are 15 openings across the state right now, and they expect more for superintendents. Leadership matters. I think that's what Mike was trying to say. Leadership matters. And that's what Deb Hinton said also. Leadership matters. So there is a concern out there for the well-being of superintendents, especially in this environment, and the longevity. And I think it would just, I think it just situates Red Wing in public schools in a good position if we have Carson at the helm for a couple more years. And I think that's a compromise from the usual 3 years. And I think the timing works for everybody.
Arlen, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen to everybody here tonight, and it really doesn't matter because I think everybody's mind is already made up. There's nothing I can say that's going to change anybody's mind, so I'm just going to go on the record that I believe the new board should be making this decision, and I will not be voting in favor of this tonight because of it. I will say that I think the financial terms are very good. I know somebody asked what the salary was and the benefits. And I think if you did a study of superintendent pay, you'll find out we're getting a very good bang for the buck, to put it very at the end. So it's not an issue of the contract per se. It's an issue of telling other people who they should employ or who they have to employ. That's what it comes down to. And I would suspect that there's a very, more than likely, a very strong possibility they would. And if I was, I probably shouldn't say this, but if I was coming into the position as superintendent, I would want to know I had the full support of the current board that I have to work with me. And that would be accomplished by doing that vote after the first year. But the votes are going to go tonight. I'll be voting no tonight. And it's nothing that I'm proposing that we should be making a change. It's just that I feel the new board should be having that say. Thank you.
Holly?
I just wanted a quick comment. Heidi, I do know Deb Hinton quite well. I've worked with her in St. Paul, number one. And number two, I have about 10 friends right now who are in administrative programs for superintendency. So it's not as bleak as it feels. And I know people get information, but that world isn't as bleak as what you were communicated with. And this is not a Carson piece, but this is addressing that piece. It's not that bleak. So I just wanted to put it there.
One of the other comments that Deb mentioned that I didn't say, but I'll say now is they offer aspiring superintendent academies, and they have very few participants. So it isn't as easy, I don't think. I mean, those were Deb's words. I'm
Right.
just relaying information.
And I have been for 25 years, and so I know what's out there also. So that hiring piece, it's not that difficult for some of us who have hired many, many people in a pool of candidates to go through applications. I know that was brought up in the past. That's not that hard for some of us to do. So I just wanted to comment on that piece. And yeah, that's all I have to say.
Any other discussion? All right, let's see. The motion on the table is to approve a 2-year contract with the superintendent. And so the motion is I move to approve the superintendent's contract for the 2021 to 23 contract years as presented. Any other discussion? All right, then we will take a roll call vote starting with Holly Tower.
No.
Jim Bryant?
No.
Mike Christensen?
Aye.
Arlen Derricks?
No.
Jeannie Fair?
Aye.
Heidi Jones?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 4-3.
Well, if I could just add one thing. First, thank you. As I said, I really want to keep living and working in Red Wing. It's such a great school district and community. At the same time, I respect the opinions that Jim, Holly, and Arlen had, and I take that to heart. I'll work not only with this group through December 31st, but with the new school board starting January 1st. And, we're all on the same team, and I'm going to make every effort I can to make our school district even a better place.
Thank you, Superintendent Anderson. Next agenda item is number 5.6, program directors.
Madam Chair.
What?
May I make a statement?
Okay.
I just want to let Carson know I'm looking forward to working with him next year, and I just voted the way I feel that when the vote should happen, the timing, but I am looking forward to working with you for the next 2 years. So congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Program directors and supervisors, terms and conditions of employment.
Yeah, we have multiple documents that control the terms and conditions of employment for at-will employees. And it's kind of changed with time, but we have 3 sets of them to consider approval tonight. The first set is now being called the Program Directors and Supervisors Terms and Conditions of Employment. We used to have, it used to be called Program Supervisors and Non-Classified Personnel, but after the documents became too confusing to look at, I separated what we now call the Program Directors and Supervisors from the non-classified personnel. So the non-classified is the next set here that we'll consider approval. So the Personnel Committee has reviewed recommendations for the Programs Directors and Supervisors over a few different months. The proposed document includes due to changes in responsibilities, the Human Resources Manager position description was rebanded and placed accordingly. So there's a change there. There are cost of living increases on the schedule of 1% the first year and 0% the second year. I will add that there is some benefit to not being a certified bargaining group. And in this case, let's say if enrollment started coming back, the state really came through with a solid increase. I don't expect either of those things to happen, but suppose it did, then we could come back with these documents and give an increase 1 or both years. So even though it's a meager amount, 1% over the 2-year period. That could be adjusted in the future if things really turn around. Again, I don't anticipate that, but it's certainly possible. There were some pay differentials proposed for increase due to a person's background. If that was not part of the position descriptions, we did increase vacation allotment because they are all exempt employees. And so they put in extra time, without getting compensated for it. And so it's pretty typical to give folks in those positions vacation allotments, from the beginning of their employment. And then there's some other changes as shown in the red line version that's also included. I will add one thing. Alan Gaylor has been waiting patiently. He was hired when this document had not yet been set for the Director of Buildings and Grounds. And so a group and step placement is needed. And so that's also part of the recommendation. Just wanted to point that out.
Is that one motion or two, Karsten?
It could be either or. The recommendation has two different motions. One is to approve the program directors and supervisors terms and conditions of employment. The second recommendation is to move to place Mr. Gaylor at Group B, Step 13, beginning on his first day of employment as a Director of Buildings and Grounds. He's a different position, and so this term would start when he started as a Director of Buildings and Grounds.
Okay, I move to approve the program directors and supervisors terms and conditions of employment as presented.
I'll second. Heidi Jones.
Any other discussion? All right, so we'll take a roll call vote.
People in the queue.
You have some discussion.
Jim and then Holly and then Janie.
Oh, all right, sorry.
We got on there quick.
I know, right? Jim, Holly, Janie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple questions. How many people, how many new supervisors have you created out of this group? Program directors and supervisors.
New supervisors?
You have the title Terms and Condition of Employment for Program Directors and Supervisors.
Yeah, I use the right now this particular document would have 3 directors or 3 positions of directors, student support coordinators, as well as human resources manager.
Okay, and how many were in those positions before? How many did you add any people to this group?
Let me see. Yes, it'd be the human resources manager.
So there's a cost to that, correct?
Yes, there is. By the way, this position has gone through several iterations over the last several years. At one time, it was the personnel and benefits coordinator, and then it was changed to human resources coordinator, and now the recommendation is human resources manager. The title is there, but the real reason for the change in banding would be the level of responsibility that this person has, and so position descriptions have changed, just like the titles have over the last several years. And most recently, we did send it in for rebanding by Bob Bjorklund, and he came back with a particular band level that was higher than it was previously. So that's why, it's in the positions is in its own category.
Okay, and how much more money is this costing us to go to this with this group?
Yeah, if I could, I think Jackie Paradis is on the call and she's running all the financial numbers, so I'll let her answer that question, Jim.
All right, hang on. Okay. So I ran the costing numbers and I forgot, should have pulled them up here. Just give me 1 second to pull them up. But in terms of salary, we're coming out break even to budget. because I had budgeted for a 2% increase, and then we had some resignations and retirements, so we rehired at lower steps. So in terms of salary, we're coming out pretty close to what we budgeted. What is going to cost us over the next 2 years is the health insurance benefits, because these are they're higher rates than we had anticipated. And I believe in the general fund, and I'm just talking off the top of my head here because I haven't found the numbers yet. I believe the general fund is going to be about $20,000 above what we'd budgeted in health insurance, and community service fund is about 15.
Okay. Thank you. My question is, I looking on section 4, the health and hospitalization insurance family coverage. By adding one employee, you're paying that person $1,650 per month toward the premium cost of family coverage for each full-time employee employed by the school district. So that money's got to come from somewhere. So my question is, how does that meet the referendum requirements that we promised to people? Secondly, on the other side of it, I will say, by the job description, it's good to see under number 8, Minister's Employee Benefits Program, this person will now prepare invoices and notices for insurance premiums for retirees and FLM and COBRA participants, along with conducting new hire benefit orientations, which they were probably doing already. So there's some good out of it, but I'm just saying, this can cost us a lot more money. And one last comment, banding, you and I have talked about, Mr. Anderson. Banding is just a pay mechanism, is zero to do with supervision, duties, and responsibilities. So it's kind of like pay equity. So I don't know how we can justify spending all this money and then paying somebody $1,650 and others for family coverage when we're looking at a little or nothing raise for other people. So I'm just kind of mesmerized by why we want to spend money like this when we're going to be running in a deficit down the road here in another year or so. We're going to be in the red. So I'm really concerned about that. And I want to bring it up. The motion's on the table already. I can't be in favor of this. I believe Mr. Gaylor, if that was a separate motion, I think that's totally accurate because we gave him that position beforehand, before we did this. But now we're moving people into this, and I just can't go along with that portion of it. So thank you.
Yeah, if I could just respond, while Jackie looks up some of the information for your first one or two questions. But in terms of pay equity, of course, pay equity is based on fair treatment of male-dominated and female-dominated classes. I am very supportive of pay equity law. I think it's something that is the right thing to do. And, when they look at the banding of positions, one of the key factors is whether or not that person supervises others. And, plus a lot of other things and educational requirements and those kinds of things. So that explains why there's a difference between the group employees like Brent Lexfold and Alan Gaylor and Amy French, who's the human resources manager. Brent and Alan supervise about 30 employees each, whereas Amy, does not, supervise people. So that's why she's banded lower than the group B employees. But certainly the level of supervision, the level of responsibility and expertise needed are all factored into the decision-making process when the banding occurs. And Jackie, do you have?
Just a minute, I'll just comment. I'm very familiar with pay equity as when I was on the county. We dealt with that every so many years, like you say. I totally respect the process, but it's got zero to do with putting somebody into a supervisory role. That's what Pell was for, not pay equity or banding, as you call it. So, thank you.
Jackie, do you are you ready to weigh in, or should we move to Holly?
Am I unmuted now?
Yep.
All right. So here's the costing that was presented at the Personnel Committee meeting a couple weeks ago. So you can see salary wise in year one. So this is the budget. This would be the cost of the salary in year one, which is also this school year, is down about $4,000. Yep, I can blow it up.
Thanks.
But the big cost
much.
is insurance, going up about $24,000 for the contract year. Community ed fund is down overall, down about $41,000, but they also have a couple employees who we budgeted for who are currently on furlough.
Thanks, Jackie, for those numbers. Holly, you're in the queue, and then Jeannie.
Thank you. Okay, I have to get this squared away in my head. And I know if I'm confused, there's others who are confused. Are we overdue with the custodian's contract?
Yeah, the custodial contract expired June 30th of 2020. And so we're negotiating, starting for July, the terms and conditions for July 1st.
So then we retro pay back if there's any money whatsoever, whatever. I don't know what's being negotiated. I'm deeply concerned that that contract is still not settled and we're moving in to give this jump, not to people who don't deserve it. But I'm deeply concerned the message it sends to how we value and prioritize all of our employees. Why hasn't that been settled? Why aren't the custodians in a place where they feel whatever it is they need to feel? And then we move on to the next chunk of how we spend our money.
So I'm not, the problem with that is you talk about priorities, and I will say that every employee is valuable. And, we're making decisions about negotiations, the terms and conditions of employment, and it's impossible for us to do everything at one time. It just isn't possible. And so I'm a strong proponent of, providing appropriate pay increases for every employee in the district, including our custodians. And I'm very confident that we're going to get to that point. But they are a certified bargaining unit. So we have to negotiate, with, the union, whereas these folks are at-will employees. And so the school board itself can make those decisions.
That still doesn't help me understand why it's taken this long to settle that contract. Were there meetings with them in the summer? I'm talking about, okay, so these people have been waiting. Oh, and in the meantime, keep waiting because we're going to do this.
Yeah, and principals and directors are in the same boat.
Theirs is overdue as well?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Contracts are overdue as well?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, custodians, principals, and directors.
Okay.
I know when I first started here, or before I started here, I think there were actually a lot more contracts that would go into, the next contractual term before they're settled. We've had a better record here over the last 10 years, but this year, understandably, with COVID, the unknown budget situation, all those things, we do have several contracts that are into the new contractual term years.
It still doesn't feel fair or right that we're going to do this without having finished that, regardless of who gets what money. That's not my point. But it sends a different message.
I think the message that we need to share is that every employee is important and that we need to provide appropriate compensation for everyone in the school district. That's how I view it. And I think we all agree on that. Then the rest is timing. And as you know, we had a closed session to discuss negotiation strategy. I don't have. I feel like I don't have the ability to go over and above the parameters that all of you or all of us came up with for negotiations. I don't think the negotiations committee feels that it can go over the parameters, and that's one reason why we're coming back to have a closed session on December 21st to discuss what the custodians' latest proposal is.
So why wouldn't we settle that and then move into this? I'm talking about, yeah, why wouldn't we go to want to settle that and then move into the next group of money and people that we need to be fair to?
It could be months for any one of the certified bargaining groups. I have no idea when we're going to settle with the custodians, principals, and directors. We want the settlements as soon as possible. It's better for the employees, and second, it's really good for our payroll, department, to catch up on some of those retro payments. And but it's impossible for us to negotiate everything all at once at the same time with approval all at once. It is impossible.
Okay, so I'm just going to rephrase it one more time and then I'll be done. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't actually,
okay.
because I think you're talking about, so you're saying that custodians are more important than the people that we're talking about tonight.
Nope.
Okay.
Did we negotiate during the summer when it was time to negotiate?
Yes, we did.
And then we're still here 7 months later.
Yes, we are.
And that's very common, Holly. I guess I'm sorry to kind of jump in, but just as somebody helping lead negotiations, like it's very common to go even more than 7 months. I mean, I've been in some negotiations where it's gone almost 2 years. So I think, because I think I'm understanding you're just seeing it as a priority of why we're doing kind of one group when we haven't finished with another while giving another group an increase, right? And I'm just paraphrasing, of course, but I get where you're going, and we talked about this at personnel, and so I understand your concerns, but it is very much of like we gotta keep on going or nobody's gonna get done. So, unfortunately, we didn't come to terms and agreement with the custodians. We had to go to mediation, and now we're waiting on that, and it's a whole long process. So we just have to continue the work before us. So right now, the work before us is these supervisors and the personnel, that has been presented tonight. And I really do think we'll come to terms with custodians. It's just it's such a process of waiting for mediation to happen and waiting for their group to approve it and then waiting for that, then us approving it. And it's a long thing, but we negotiate all through the summer and tried to do that. It's just we couldn't come to terms. So I think I understand where you're coming from and just what that looks like of the priority, but it very much is just, you're working on multiple things at a time and you try to get the one done that has been agreed upon. So.
Okay, so I guess my concern is in organizational style,
yeah,
which I think is valid. And thank you, Janie, for helping to expound on what I was trying to say.
Well, I hope that helped, but I don't. And I guess, and if maybe this will help too, but Jackie, I know I had asked at the personnel committee meeting because I know that, again, this doesn't kind of feel right for multiple positions that are going to be presented to us of kind of a change in banding during this time where we are making decisions based on finances. And when I asked that question to Jackie and Karsten, I mean, it seemed like, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth because it's been a while and I want them to say it now, but it seemed like it was important to do it at this time because it would have issues waiting. Am I saying that correctly, Jackie or Karsten, or can you comment on that of why now?
Yeah, why now was your question, and my comment back to that is we've kind of had a perfect storm of resignations and retirements to where we have the money in the budget right now to do it. And if we wait in the future, we know we are going to have some difficult times and we may never get the opportunity again, was, I guess, my paraphrase of that.
Okay, so
it might be years in the future.
Okay, I think I've made my point, and I will follow up with personal conversations after this. Thank you.
Janie, did you have anything else to add because you were in the queue?
No, that was my question that I was going to ask, was the why now question. So I hope that worked out.
So we do have the motion on the table. Was it for both of them to approve the program directors and Mr. Gaylor?
It was just the first
Just the
motion.
first
Right.
one. I
Right.
move to approve the program directors and supervisors' terms and conditions of employment as presented. Mike gave that motion and Heidi
Yep.
seconded.
Correct.
All right, why don't we go ahead then? I'm seeing no other discussion on this. We'll go ahead and have a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Bryant.
No.
Mr. Christensen.
Yes.
Mr. Derricks.
Yes.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
No.
And chair votes aye. So that's 5-2. It passes.
And then we'll need a motion to place Alan Gaylor at Group B, Step 13, beginning on his first day of employment as the Director of Buildings and Grounds.
So moved by Mike.
Janie will second that.
Any other discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
No.
And Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 6-1. All right, we can move on to our next agenda item, which is the non-classified personnel terms and conditions of employment.
So again, this is the other half of the previous group. This would be the non-classified personnel, which includes the district office folks. That's the majority of the positions here. Due to changes again in responsibilities, several position descriptions were rebanded and placed accordingly. Some increased their banding rating, others decreased their banding rating. Again, it's based on the position description. Cost of living increases on the schedule. For the first year, again, 1%. The second year was 0%. There's some other changes as shown in the red line version. I would like to point out one thing. There were some, with most, nearly all employees, there's one step given, each year if they were hired before January 1st of the previous year. Did make one exception for people hired before a certain date in the contract. I think it's 1995. You can find it in the document there. But for those hired before that date, the recommendation is to give 3 steps. Just because several years ago when we took salary ranges and put them into steps, people who had a significant amount of experience ended up at step 1 or step 2. And so this is one way to help catch them up, in terms of step increases. So that's one exception. There are a lot of other changes in the actual red line version that I'm sure you've hopefully had a chance to look at. This particular, there are 3 recommendations. First is to approve the non-classified personnel terms and conditions of employment. Second is to place Justin Pline as a school age coordinator at Group B, Step 1. Danny Anderson as the Buildings and Grounds Administrator at Group B, Step 6. Charlie McLaughlin as the IT Systems Administrator at Group B, Step 13. And then finally, the last recommendation is to place other personnel in rebanded positions at the lowest step that at least equals their rate of pay as if the position had not been rebanded. I know that's a complicated way to say things, but we don't want to, as we change the banding, at least I don't want to hurt somebody's pay, because of that. And so what we've done in the past is put them at the next highest step.
Any discussion or questions for Superintendent Anderson or Jackie on this?
With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to move on the first motion, which is to approve the non-classified personnel terms and conditions of employment as presented.
Motion made by Heidi. Do I have a second?
Mike will second.
Any other discussion on that first recommendation? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
No.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. The second recommendation is listed there with Mr. Pline, Danny Anderson.
Mike
Charlie
will
McClung.
move to place Justin Pline as the school age coordinator at Group B, Step 1. Danny Anderson as the buildings and grounds administrator at Group B, Step 6. Charlie McLaughlin at the IT systems administrator at Group B, Step 13.
Janie will second.
Any discussion?
Just a question, Madam Chair.
Yep.
What is, you talked earlier about an IT director or something, IT position, some stipend. Is there, is it the, I'll be blank. Is it Charlie McLaughlin you were talking about? Is that who you're talking about? No?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question so I could clarify. You know, Charlie McLaughlin was the network specialist, you know, through last year. And then we did open up a position as an IT systems administrator who would take on responsibilities that a previous consultant did. And so that's kind of that part of it. In addition to that, Mike Pagel would be the one serving as a director of, well, we're calling it director of technology. Maybe a better term would be the director of instructional technology. And so Mike would supervise Charlie and Julie Dahl, as well as some other part-time people.
Don't we contract with Kevin Johnson to do some of that too? The technology part, the IT part? Are we getting rid of that contract?
Yeah, well, he was scaled back from full-time to, I believe, 2/5 of a, you know, 2 days every week. And so as we scaled back, of course, we hired Alan Gaylor, we increased, you know, Charlie's responsibilities. And then we also added Mike Pagel to serve as the director of technology. In the end, the actual technology changes were less than what we have budgeted, even if we add Mike Pagel as the director of technology and make this change for Charlie as the IT systems administrator.
Yeah, my understanding of Kevin, and I'm not picking on Kevin, I'm just trying to understand the flow of things here because it's kind of all over. Mr. Johnson was hired at 2/5 with a stipend for other things that were coming into it. So I'm just asking, you know, I think there's something towards his health, towards health insurance or mileage or some type of compensation besides just a flat. Doesn't matter. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm just saying, where do we, you know, when do we start getting away from consultants too? I guess when we're having people here that can do the functions.
Yeah, as far as the, you know, for many years, the school district hired Mark to serve as a technology consultant. That cost was $40,000 per year, and so we've eliminated that contract. And so, you know, Mark retired, and so, you know, it was a logical time to eliminate that. We may need like an hourly contract for some services. But really, you know, any consulting work with technology will be significantly less. You know, we believe that Charlie can handle most of that increased technology. You know, Kevin's time is, you know, 2/5 of what it was. And, you know, he's working mostly with buildings and grounds, a little bit with technology from time to time, but it's mostly with buildings and grounds. The other part is that we, at least not in my tenure, we have not had, a teacher or an administrator serve as the director of technology. And I think that's been a real need for us. When Mike Pagel is at the table, he's lived it, he's taught it, he understands what teachers need, what administrators need. And so that's why we really value, his role in that position. So I think it's a really good team now.
Yeah, I'm not here to discuss that at all. You went way into it more than I thought. But I think we'll have to have that conversation in 2021 as to, on the technology side, how it can shape. And Mr. Pagel would be a wonderful. He's been a wonderful addition to it. I'm not saying that one bit. So.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Jim, even just this afternoon with the personnel committee, we talked about that because right now we have, our Sunnyside Elementary principal who's also serving as the director of technology. And, in the ideal world, we would have a full-time, director of instructional technology. Someone who wakes up every day thinking about that, working on it, improving, what we do in the classrooms with technology. That hasn't been included in a HR plan. And, with our budget situation, I'm not sure if there's a chance that it could be next year or following years. But my point is that, we do need to keep talking about it. There's no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. And your organizational chart, we got to quit putting Band-Aids on and come up with a solid plan. You know how I feel about that, and you and I are on the same page on that. But we just keep putting the dike's leaking, and we keep putting Band-Aids on it. We need to fix it. So
yeah, and I think the personnel committee would agree, especially with this technology position. So it's always a delicate balance because we know what we want to need. And yet, the resources aren't necessarily there to actually do it. But I want all those on the table every year, because I think we really need to honestly look at our needs and then find ways to fill them whenever we can.
Sure. And I think Jackie alluded to this is, I think, I don't have the exact words. The things fell into place here where openings were developed there. We should have maybe looked at even broader as to the whole organizational chart as to how we can, instead of piecemealing it, get her done. Make that big move and get her done so you don't have to worry about it down the road and keep kind of shuffling the pieces around. So,
right. Yeah, I think you and I agree there.
I think we missed an opportunity tonight on that. So, but it is what it is. So. Mm-hmm. I'm done, Madam Chair.
All right. We do have a motion on the table that Mike read in its entirety with Janie seconding. Any other discussions? All right. Ms. Fair, we'll start the vote with you.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
No.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mike Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. And then the last one is the recommendation is to place other non-classified personnel in rebanded positions at the lowest step that at least equals their rate of pay as if the position had not been rebanded.
So moved by Mike.
Second.
Mike and Jim, any other discussion? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
No.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That passes 6-1. Superintendent Anderson, let's do the program assistance, and then I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess, and then we can come back and finish up the meeting, please.
Sure. This one will be streamlined. You can see the positions that are covered by the program assistance terms and conditions of employment. The recommendation is to increase or have a cost of living increase of 1% the first year, 0% the second year. There is an added provision in the document that gives health insurance contributions if someone works at least 30 hours per week. Jackie informed me that as per state law, we're obligated to provide that benefit. For many years, we didn't have anyone who was a program assistant who met that minimum hour threshold, and so it wasn't included. Now we have someone, so we included that particular provision. And that's all I have.
All right, looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
By Mike.
Heidi Jones,
Second by Mike.
wrestling match.
I heard Mike as a second. Who was the first? Who got that?
Heidi.
Was it
Heidi?
Heidi? All right. Given to Heidi for the motion and seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start the vote with Holly Tower.
No.
Jim Bryant.
I'll probably vote yes because I lost my computer and internet here for
Oh, no.
my programming or my thing. So yeah, I'll go ahead and vote aye.
Okay. Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. It is 9:04, and I'm going to call for a brief recess. We'll reconvene at 9:15.
I wish we were in a boardroom so I could like stand up, but it's a little awkward with the video camera.
Just put your camera off.
That's true.
Pan, this is Lisa. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I have the stream still running, but it's muted. So please let me know when I can unmute the stream when you want to bring the meeting back into.
All right, we've got 2 minutes. At 9:15, we're going to restart.
All right, I will unmute it at 9:15, and the entire time it has been recording.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll be sure to watch that.
It's just like football. When you get to a certain point, you got to have time to go and get food and drink and take care of things you need to take care of. In between plays.
Okay.
I just need to get up and
Information,
move.
Arlen.
Arlen, does that mean this is halftime?
Gosh, I hope it's not half.
Yeah,
Better
right.
be 3/4 time.
You just went into overtime.
Yeah. All right, do we have everybody back? Carson, are you back?
I'm back. I'm here.
All right, Jim, Mike, Janie, Holly, Heidi, I think we're all back. All right, we'll go ahead and restart our after a 10-minute recess. It is 9:15, and we will resume our meeting with agenda item number 5.9, which is COVID-related issues.
Yeah, I did include the county COVID rates from last Thursday in the board packet, as well as the latest COVID data that includes a whole bunch of different figures. That really gets updated 2 times every week, but I try to minimize sharing of the data, only when you need it. Are there any questions about those county rates? They're still quite high, but we're closely monitoring it. Right now the rates do not include any potential transmissions over Thanksgiving break. So we'll see what happens when the report comes out, the next 2 reports. I do want to let the board know that we will do a COVID transition. I call it survey in the board packet. It's really kind of morphed away from being a survey and just a direct question to each family who chose online only learning, because we really need to figure out who wants to come back in person out of that group that had chosen online only for the whole first semester. And that's sounds like an easy thing to do, but it's incredibly complicated because in grades K through 4, for example, we have to determine where those kids will go to school, and that's largely determined by room capacities, which vary depending on the site. So for example, if a student who's online only, who lives across the street from Jefferson, wants to come back to in-person learning at the beginning of 3rd quarter, that person may not go to Jefferson because the room capacity limits might prevent that. And so then we're looking at where that person can go. And then of course, if he or she has brothers and sisters, we try to keep family units together. And so Kayla and Carly, our 2 student support coordinators, really have taken that on to figure out those classroom placements. We need to know that information as soon as possible, so we have a month's worth of time to figure out all those details. So I just want to let you know that we will be sending those letters out, and again, they're going to be sent, or emails out. They're going to be sent to the families who chose online only coursework. The last item that I have anyway is during this last summer, the school board approved reopening Jefferson School and reconfiguring grade levels for the current school year. Thank you for that. Without that work, without that decision, I don't think we could have come back to in-person learning for our elementary kids, or it would have looked very different. The plan has always been to revert back to the previous grade configurations. Unfortunately, though, there is still a lot of uncertainty about next year, and hopefully some of it will be resolved this spring or summer. The problem is that we have to make big decisions before we know some of that information. So the administrative team really wants to tackle that over the next 2 weeks, and look at some options, perhaps make a recommendation for next year. Before we do that, though, we need to talk to people who work closest with our kids, namely teachers, paraprofessionals, and others, so we can talk through these things before making a presentation of the board. So I just want to throw it out there just to let you know that that's what we're planning to do. Clearly, a school board, will need to make this decision, and it will probably be made in January, because it's a considerable, we need to make this a deliberative process. But I wanted to throw it out there that we are going to start talking with staff members about possible plans for next year, and that will give school board members an update 2 weeks from now. That's all I have, but I'm sure there are lots of questions still, especially as we are now in between Thanksgiving and Christmas with a lot of uncertainties going into January.
Janie, you're in the queue.
Well, thank you. I think many of you kind of know where I'm at on this, and I feel like we need to do something. I still don't think there's enough kind of planning for bringing kids back into school, and, I put this on us as a board. I put it on Kirsten also. So this is the board's decision to go back into some kind of, less restrictive learning environment, and I just feel like we have to do something, honestly, and I'm at a loss of what to do. Many of you have gotten the same emails and calls that I have too. I've received over 30, 40 emails in favor of trying to get back to a hybrid or in-person learning for elementary kids. And I've only received 2 to stay in distance or hybrid. And I guess I just want to remind everybody that distance was a choice for people that wanted to make that happen, that felt safer in that capacity if it worked for their kids. But for many, distance learning is not working at all. And I just kind of want to advocate for these people, because I still feel like I have this position for pretty much 1 month left, to be honest, as you all know. And I just am going to fight this kind of till the end, because I feel like we have to do what's best for our students right now and our families. And so that's why I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try to make a motion to get our kids back into a hybrid for secondary and a in-person learning for K through 4 starting January 4th. Because I think that's the right thing to do.
Janie, can I ask a clarifying question, please?
Sure.
What we've had for the past, since the beginning of the school year, is a hybrid for grades 5 through 12.
You should have a second, Madam Chair, before you have discussion. So.
Yeah, that's.
Is that a formal motion on the table, Janie?
It is.
Okay. There's a motion made by Janie to have. Well, I think you were going to ask a clarifying question, because we kind of need to add to.
You gotta have a second first. I'll second it. Before you can have a discussion, you have to have a second.
All right, Jim's seconded. Thank you. All right, so go ahead and clarify away.
Yeah, so what we've done since the beginning of the school year is have grades 5 through 12 in hybrid.
Right.
Because grades 5 and 6 are technically elementary kids, not secondary kids. And so my question for you and Jim is your intent to have in-person learning for grades K through, or what would you do with the 5th and 6th graders, I guess is my question.
Well, I feel like we've been kind of using verbiage on secondary as the fifth through 12th graders. So I guess that's what my intention was, in person for K through 4 with the motion for hybrid 5th through 12th, if that helps clarify it. Jim, are you agreeable to that?
I second the motion so we could have this discussion. So
Yeah.
I just thought the procedural way was correct way is to have a second. So
Yep.
I don't know. I had no idea you were making this motion. So I just want to make sure we had it on the table to discuss it. So.
Yep. And again, guys, I'm not trying to, I just feel like we have to show our families in Red Wing that we need to, plan in the next couple weeks for this going forward, that we know that in-person learning is the best for our kids, and that we know and acknowledge that people have had a choice. Again, only, maybe I just throw this out as discussion. I mean, we only, if people want to go to distance right now, they can go back to it if they feel safer that way. But there is many people in this community that this current situation is not working for. And as taxpayers, I think we owe it to them to at least help them get what they need for their kids, as long as it's safe and we're not having any transmission in their school. So I will be quiet now. Thank you.
Jim.
There's a little passion there. And I understand. Couple things. I'm hearing the same things Ms. Fair is hearing out there. Now, and I'm only going to bring up 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, a decision was made, a vote was taken 4-3. My intention of that motion was to start the process of getting people in school. However, that failed because some people didn't want to wanted to have the all or nothing approach. So that doesn't change my belief on what that we should be putting kids in school. Hindsight, we probably should have put some more different parameters on when we gave the authority to the superintendent to pull, instead of having all or nothing broke it down to something. But with that said, no matter what we decide tonight, however this vote goes, remember, there's going to be a number of people happy and there's going to be a number of people not happy. So with that, also, Dr. Mike Osterholm, is that his name? Had a podcast the other day and talked about a number of things. And one thing he talked about was we got the top conversation about schools. And he's kind of like one of those people that have been in the business for quite a while. And he said, yeah, the older kids are the ones that are, are a little bit more possible of somebody that can get to this, get it, spread it, or some. The younger ones are not the ones getting it. If they are getting it, they're not getting it in schools. It's shown that it's been out in the community. Some people are getting it there. And I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just saying I'm just repeating his words. And that the younger ones have a better mechanism in place, probably the wrong term, but to fight it and combat it. So those were interesting comments, I thought, from somebody that has studied it, looked at it, been through a bunch of things that, and his thought was the younger ones should be in school. That's a good place for them. And I think we've heard from a number of teachers and people that our schools are a safe spot. Not everybody thinks that, but I think overall you'll hear people say that the kids are wearing masks, they're social distancing, they're washing their hands, and staff's doing a good job of keeping them, especially the younger ones. And I think that's really what we're hearing most of, is that the younger ones are in need of having something in school. So with that too, I guess I'll just leave it at that. I think I'm sure there'll be other people go on. Thank you.
Holly, you're in the queue.
Mr. Bryant, I so appreciate you bringing up Dr. Osterholm. Thank you. Because you're right. He is a very credible epidemiologist. I don't disagree with you, Janie, that kids should be in school. I don't disagree with you one bit. The number one problem we've had this whole time is staffing. So I don't know how we get our schools staffed. I don't know what that looks like. And secondly, the 2 weeks right after the holiday is not the best time to go back, but the 2 weeks right, like not January 4th, but 2 weeks from that, when everybody's had that incubation period, or I don't know if it's 2 full weeks or if it's 10 days or whatever. I think it's a very genuine conversation to start having. But as of right now, Karsten, can we guarantee if we were to call school in tomorrow, there'd be enough staff?
Is that a motion?
Sorry about that. Took me a while to get the cursor in the right spot. As of right, we haven't been checking the staff availability, over the last couple of weeks, just because we're in distance learning. We do keep track of those staff members who are either have COVID or are quarantined for COVID. If that was the only group that we had to sub for, we could probably do it. The problem occurs though when we are in school, because people are going to get sick with other things as well. And so that's, I think, where we largely run into the problems is finding the last or the substitutes for people who call in sick the day before, the day of. And so if I was going to bet, I would bet that we do not have enough staff to cover those positions right now. Long-winded answer, but I really think that's kind of the situation where we're at right now.
I'm hopeful that after the holiday, people will quarantine, hunker down, and then we can move into some sort of transition, moving people in. And like we said at the last meeting when we discussed this, definitely groups, Carson's been given permission by the governor for groups of children to come in. So, we didn't vote for that to happen for a variety of reasons, but I don't think that should be anywhere near off the table. But we have 2 weeks before the break. We cannot expect people to work over the break to be ready to come back on January 4th. That's kind of a logistics thing, but I hear you, Janie, and I hear the families out there who are desperate for their children to be in school.
Really good discussion. Arlen.
Thank you. I cannot support this motion here tonight, but I hear Janie and I know what she's saying, and we do need to be getting somewhere. I want to relay something here, and we seem to think that young people don't transmit this disease or anything else, but I've heard of 2 instances in the last week where an infant transferred COVID to adults that were holding a little baby that you wouldn't think that would. They had the sniffles and that was all it was, and a little bit of a temperature. So we have to be realistic and realize that COVID can be there. Maybe it doesn't hurt them so much, even at an early age. And that's the only reason I bring that up. But at our meeting last week, we also talked, or 2 weeks ago, whatever, about getting kids back to school. And I want to see a plan on how we can bring our kids back to school. And we do have to acknowledge the difficulty of finding substitutes. So, and we voted down getting some at-risk students into our buildings here 2 weeks ago. I would like to see a plan developed where we can maybe start bringing our kids back to school at least after Christmas break and possibly maybe the end of the semester. I'm not going to pick a day because I want to see what our staff can come up with if they can. That maybe starts with bringing back kindergarten and first grade, or kindergarten first and second into our school, and then phase in third and fourth grade, or something of that type of plan where we gradually bring our kids back, unless for some reason the COVID numbers drastically just drop that we can do it all at once. But we do need to start getting our kids back in our buildings in a safe way and with the staff that we have available. And that's the only thing I can think of, is starting with our youngest, because it seems like that's where we need them. And maybe it's our IEP or special ed students that need some special service, bring them in at that same time possibly. And maybe then also the language English learners that we identified that really need this. There's no doubt it's needed, and everybody needs to be in school if they can, but we can't do them all at once. So let's pick where we can start that works the best and who most needs to be in school, and then try to bring it from there with the staff levels we have. So that's what I'm advocating for, but I will be voting against this motion tonight. Thank you.
I would just like to add that, I mean, Holly, you're right on. I think that, we've got to give our staff some time to plan. And I know it's extremely difficult to say on January 4th or January 12th or whatever, to throw a date out there and say, this is when we're going to restart, because we don't know what's going to happen on January 4th or January 12th. But I do think as much as possible, we need to have a plan in place so that when this board and the next board and our staff and our administration is ready to move forward, that we're ready to go. And what does that look like? Are we going to say, okay, staff, okay, families, when we make a change, we're going to give you 2 weeks notice. We're going to give you a week's notice. I mean, what does that transition look like? And I'm not hearing that conversation happening, but I think it needs to happen. And I think we need to put a very solid plan in place so that we know that, okay, everybody, in 2 weeks, we're going to make that switch, because parents need that lead time to change their daycare providers. Obviously, our staff, our teachers, our building professionals, our kitchen people, everybody needs that, at least, I would think, a 2 week notice to kind of just change plans. And I think it's hard to change on a dime, but as much as we can make a plan and let our families know that we do have a plan in place, because right now I don't really feel like there is much of a plan in place for transitioning back. And I know a lot of that revolves around numbers and where people are at, but I do think that we owe it to our families, our students, our staff, this board, the community, to have a solid plan in place. Go ahead, Karsten.
Yeah, and this was added real late this afternoon, so it wasn't expected. I wasn't expecting, a thorough discussion, but under the board agenda topic for this, I did include a draft example of a timeline to return to school. My thinking is that I was going to present this on December 21st in conjunction with information that Sherry Johnson will share with me sometime this week. But it was done already, or at least that version, and so I just threw it on there as an agenda topic. My goal was to try to keep it as simple as possible, knowing that there's a lot of behind the scenes work that gets done. But you can see the factors that at least I see right now would be the county COVID rates and trends, staff availability or staff vaccination rates, because really those are intertwined, as well as substitute availability. So we'll put more numbers to this. For example, if we bring back K through 2 students, how many substitutes do we need to have to feel comfortable that we're going to make it work on a daily basis? By the way, the county did let us know today that we need to co-collaborate on a plan to provide staff members with vaccinations. And so they'll be reaching out to us this week with some questions that we'll be answering. So I'm not sure the timing for those vaccinations. I don't know the number or anything like that, but I know they received a directive from the Minnesota Department of Health to get that plan done with each school. So we're working on that. I have no idea what an acceptable vaccination rate would be in order for us to bring kids back, knowing that we'd have enough staff members, but that's going to be one of the key factors, I think. Either staff availability or staff vaccination rates. And then, as I said, substitute availability. So I just threw out this as an example timeline. Okay, I'm not saying this is how it should be. I think the board will want to really weigh in. But if we review data on December 31st, that would be for the period of December 6th through the 19th. And then if we looked at projected rates that the county develops on a regular basis, you could see that from the 31st until January 7th, we could get data that would make us pretty confident that at least from December 6th through January 3rd, we were at certain levels. so it's about a month. Then thinking that the following Monday, January 11th, we could review that data and then entertain a motion, and then we could change the learning model effective the following Monday. It's only a 1-week turnaround instead of 2. Again, I'm just throwing this out there as an example to get the discussion started. And then on the second page, you can see the human resources plan. We need to make sure that we have 100% of our teachers or substitutes for teachers, available. We need to do the same for most of our support personnel positions. The admin team can come up with how many substitutes we need on a regular basis. And then hopefully we'll get some guidance as far as vaccination rates. I will say under operational plans, our bus drivers, food service workers, and athletics are ready to go. I'm very confident that unless there's an outbreak, I'm very confident that we could do that real quickly, just knowing how everything's been set up. But the staff availability for teachers and support personnel, is the toughest thing to tackle. Now, with all that being said, it's all sounds fine and dandy. Expecting county rates under the threshold that was proposed by the governor is going to be very difficult to achieve. I will tell you that. So either we're going to be in distance learning for a long time, or we're going to have to adjust, when we come back to in-person or hybrid learning. That's my guess, especially with Christmas coming up. I think there could be some issues there. So again, the intent of this was just to give a rough sketch of what factors we could look at, when we could look at them, to make decisions about coming back in person. Oh, the other thing, Sherry Johnson is working on, what a threshold means for different groups of kids. So maybe the threshold for our kids who need special services is 150, instead of 50, or maybe it's 125 instead of 50, whatever that is. She'll come up with that thinking, and then we'll have both of those documents that we can present on December 22nd or December 21st, and that will be a challenging discussion.
Janie, you were in the queue again?
Oh, thanks. I guess Carson kind of touched on it about the threshold of the numbers. I mean, again, we went more conservative at the beginning of the year, not following the numbers again, completely. So I guess I just kind of echo that concern that I just think it's very unrealistic, those numbers now. And I just didn't know if people are hearing if they're going to get changed. I mean, we are changing quarantine, times and stuff. So I'm hoping that the governor will reassess this, because to me, that timeline's not, it's not, of course, in my opinion, what I would want. And as a parent, I just don't think it is good for our students right now. So I just think that threshold really concerns me, because I think this is something that could go on for months. And I'm frustrated that I think the kids are going to be out of school for quite a while. And they've already been out of school for, it would even be over 50 days if we waited till January 4th after Christmas. And to me, that's unacceptable. So, because again, this is a choice to go to in-person learning if we have the staff. Nobody is making anybody walk in those doors unless they wanted to do in-person learning. So that's what I want to stress. And
thanks, Janie. Does anybody else have any other discussion? There's a motion on the table to go to K through 4 in-person learning and 5 through 12 hybrid beginning January 4th. Motion made by Janie, seconded by Jim. Any other discussion? Jim? Go ahead. You're on mute though.
I'm trying to get off of it here. I'm just too many things going on around here.
I know.
There's a lot of what I like about tonight is a lot of good discussion. I think 2 weeks ago, we asked for some information and start planning the process. I was hoping we had more than what we have tonight to discuss, and then took a motion to get the ball rolling, so to speak. I get the idea about the 4th might be a hair too early. I get that. I really do. I also get the idea that kids are, I think, the ones that have been there, I've been told have been safe in school. There's dialogue on all that. I get that, and I'm not here to debate anybody if they tell me I'm wrong. My question to Janie is, would 2 weeks be enough for you to wait to have a further discussion on it and get more information on some of the things discussed tonight, such as availability, the Thanksgiving numbers will come in to see, because it's not going to start till January anyway, if we go today, any type of motion. And then we put the onus back on the superintendent to actually come up with a plan, more than just a last minute throwing something together like he at 5:27 today onto the agenda. I'd be open to that, to amend your motion to do that. It still keeps it on the table. We can have that vote on the 21st, and we can go forward. At least it gives us some type of a deadline and a target to shoot for, not literally, but to aim for, I should say, to see if you'd be amenable to that.
I mean, I am, Jim. I mean, really, to be honest, I feel like we're every week I would like to see our kids back, and that's what I'm hearing. So I actually had pushed this date out a little bit in kind of my decision making, knowing where many of the rest of the board felt like so I would be, and I agree. I think we need a lot more information. I would like to hear even more data on attendance, how many some teacher perspective on Google Meets of how many screens that kids' faces are being on, like engagement, idea, because what I'm hearing out there is that kids are struggling. Again, I know I'm repeating myself, but maybe if we can get some more kind of testimonials from our staff and maybe parents and students. But I mean, it's real for many. Like, it's sad when you watch some of these Google Meets, you guys, like faces are not even on there. Like, it's awful. So
I agree with you. I hear the same thing. I hear both sides of it, from the parents to the staff, to some staff doesn't want to be in school, to other staff want their kids in school. So it doesn't matter. It's just kind of like we made the decision in August. We're going to make a group of people aren't going to like whatever we decide. But that's what we're in. We're in a decision-making position. So
we are.
If you, and I don't want to, I know there's people reach out to all of us about getting people in school. And I think ultimately we need to start focusing more on what we talked about tonight than actually diving in to figure out how we can help our children by getting them back in school, so we don't have to look at the numbers that Oregon are looking at and other places on this e-learning. I get the idea COVID is serious. We need to take it seriously. However, we still have to look at what's good all around. So I'll amend your motion, if you're amendable to that, to bring back, move it to the 21st of December with a full report back as to a plan by the superintendent, how we can go forward in January of 2021 by some type of in-person school.
Yep. No, I am agreeable to that. And again, I think this is just, to me, as we sat through this whole night, which I know you guys are too, this almost in my mind should have been number one on our agenda. I just think this is so pertinent to our time. And that's just life of like where it was on the agenda. But I know you guys take this seriously too. And I think this has been a really, really good discussion. And I really like that we have a plan started. And honestly, my intention for doing this motion was just to make this more of a urgency, because it is. So.
Point of order.
What?
Point of order. You cannot amend the motion. Jim and Janie cannot amend a motion on their own. You can either vote this motion down and make a new motion, or you can make a motion to amend the motion and go through the vote process on it, but they cannot amend the motion between those two after we've had this long a discussion. Thank you.
I'm so glad you know all those rules.
I'm not so sure that's
Yeah.
the case. I think the motion can be amended by the motioner and then seconder. They can be doing that. I'll
Let's
have
vote
to
on this one.
respectfully disagree with you, Mr. Derrick.
Call the question on this one, and then
Okay.
we can do another one if that.
Okay, Holly, you want to call the question? Or
No, I don't want to call the question. What I want to say is I will not be there on the 21st.
Oh, you,
Whatever decision the group makes on the 21st, just be prepared that it'll be an even number. And I wanted to give everybody a heads up. It's something that has to happen in my life, so I apologize in advance.
thank you for letting us know that, Holly. All right, so
forgot that, Holly. Sorry about that.
the point of order, so we're going to, what did you say, Janie?
Well, I'll call the question.
Call the question. So we want to vote on that motion and then move forward
Please.
with a different motion. All right. So the motion is the K through 4 in person, 5 through 12 hybrid on January 4th. We'll start the voting with Jim Bryant. Jim Bryant? Still on
Jim,
mute.
you're on mute.
Yep, I'm trying to figure. I say aye.
We're voting yes for that motion?
Jim is.
I'm assuming that's what the motion is to go forward. It's if it defeats it, then we can bring it back. I think we can vote on the amended motion, but that's me. So
Okay, let me just understand what we're voting on. We're voting on the current. Heidi, do you want to clarify this for me?
Well, my understanding is there was a motion made by Janie, seconded by Jim, and the language is roughly that grades K through 4 to return in person on January 4th, along with grades 5 and 12 return to a hybrid learning model.
Yes.
Is that correct?
that's what we have, yes.
Okay.
So let's start the voting over. Jim, is that what you're voting for? On January 4th?
I'll vote no then, I guess. Okay. All right. No.
All right, Mr. Christensen,
No.
Mr. Derricks,
No,
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
No.
Ms. Tower,
No.
and I am going to vote no. So that fails 1, 2, 6.
Right.
So do we want to bring something else back to the table?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we instruct the superintendent to bring us a detailed plan on how we can get our students in the school as soon as possible in January with a plan on how to implement that.
You're instructing the superintendent to bring a detailed plan back to the board for in-person learning.
For learning, bringing kids back in school to some degree, start that dialogue. And then that should be one of our most important. Never mind.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, detailed plan to get a detailed plan by the superintendent to bring back to the board to get the kids back in school to some degree. What I got? Okay.
Good enough for me.
Made by Jim, seconded by Arlen. Any other discussion? All right. Mr. Christensen,
No.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
No.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2. All right.
That's a teacher in you coming out there, Holly.
We will look forward to hearing a detailed plan.
I miss my kids so much. If I could get that vaccine right now, just stick it in my butt and off I'd go.
Put mine in my
Where
arm.
you get it? I thought it was in the arm. Oh, sure.
Oh, I know I might have to rethink it. All right. Next on the agenda is the Red Wing High School land lease agreement.
This is really more of an update. Our attorney, well, I've been working with our attorney. IPS was working with their attorney. We have most of the terms agreed to, but we do have a couple that we need to iron out. I think one of the terms will go in our direction. The second one has to do with the relationship of the land with the HBC tower that is adjacent to the Solar Garden plot. And so we need to finalize that in terms of who is responsible for what. I can tell you one thing, we don't want the school district to be responsible for it. You know, if we can possibly include that language in the contract, because it's an HBC tower, it's an IPS solar garden. You know, we just happen to have the land. So that's the goal, is to make sure that we're not liable if there's an accident or if there's a tornado, that, you know, who knows what the circumstances might be. Because the agreement was not ready today for the operations committee, I'm hoping that we can finalize that over the next 2-3 days, and then take it to a meeting on Monday night. It could be a short 15-minute special meeting of the school board to consider approval of the agreement. So that would be in addition to the new orientation for board members. So that's the thinking right now anyway.
All right, so there's no action that needs to be taken right now, but it looks like that is to be determined in the future. Arlen.
Thank you. I just want to point out that Operations Committee discussed this, and if this can be prepared quick enough, the committee can meet, at least Jim and I can meet, and Holly can review it prior to a meeting of the board if we need to.
Okay.
Subject to having enough time for open meeting law posting.
Right. Sounds agreeable. Any other concerns or questions, comments on this? All right, 511, World's Best Workforce Report.
We'll let Jess take over, Jess and Mick and others possibly, to present the report.
We'll have Mick Wenland and Robin Pagel, our district assessment coordinator. We put this together, the three of us, along with input from the administrative team, and then also was presented, the goals of it were presented at a few committees to get some feedback. So we will present here. Window. Thanks for hanging in there, Robin and Mick. We appreciate you staying. All right, so if we present here. So the World's Best Workforce is the Minnesota statute that we would present this at a public meeting. And this aligns directly with our district plans and the educational plan that you all set forth for us, so that it's based directly off of our strategic actions that we are already taking, and also some that are in process. So as we go forward, the World's Best Workforce goals obviously are from the Minnesota Department of Education. They ask us to do these 5 categories. So that's how our presentation is split up. They ask us to present on last year's goals and then the results. Unfortunately, along with everybody else right now, we are unable to have a lot of data for you based on COVID and based on those tests not happening last spring. But then what we will do is go through our goals for 2021 so that we can show you all kind of the strategies that will be in place. So we analyze the results of previous year's data. Obviously, those would be our similar goals because we don't have the data to go forward with. And then in December, this is you all seeing the public meeting summary. And then we will make sure that we are monitoring the goals going forward and also bringing this improvement plan paired directly with the strategic plan going forward and continuing our progress. So who's included in this conversation to review the equitable access data? This is our administrators, Karsten, myself, and then our HR coordinator, along with our director of special education, and our administrative team. So when we look at the equitable access to excellent teachers, one of the questions it asks, the report asks us is which racial and ethnic student groups are present in your district that are not yet represented in your licensed teacher staff. So these numbers are from how people self-report in our data. So we pull our data and what it says is that these are the racial and ethnic groups that are not present in our district, that are not represented in our licensed teacher staff. If you look below, can you guys, let me move that, there we go. So to be reflective of our student population, let me go back, sorry. We would need 15 Hispanic teachers, 12 multiracial, 7 Black or African American, 6 American Indian or Alaskan Native, and 1 Asian teacher to be reflective of our student population. So percentage-wise, this is what we would need to be reflective of our student population. So to start with our first goal, all students ready for school or kindergarten. Consistently, we have had our goal be at 80% of students entering kindergarten. This year, the 2019 would be 77% of students entering kindergarten. We're ready. What we decided as an administrative team was to go to 28%, just because 5% is statistically statistically legitimate in order to say that we did something to affect the numbers. So that's why we wanted to go with 5%. And our strategies there would be the partnership with childcare providers in the surrounding area, continued collaboration with Caldwell Family Center and kindergarten principals, Caldwell teachers participating in professional learning communities, just like our entire staff, implementation of the new creative curriculum. They're doing a lot of professional development with that, and then the TS Gold assessment in order to look if our results are getting what we would like. And then also increasing partnerships with community organizations and making sure that we're reaching out and being proactive about that. If people have questions along the way, feel free, because this is a lot as we get down the line. So I don't know if you want me to pause at each one or just write your questions down, and we can take them at the end. But stop me if you have something. So then all third graders can read at grade level. We have 38% in 2019. We again went with the 5%, which would put us at 43%. Obviously, we're unable to report for last year, so we're sticking with that from 38% in 2019 to going to 43% in 2021. As you can see, the strategies include implementation of the new language arts curriculum, professional learning communities again, use of common formative and summative assessments, walkthrough and accountability from admin to better understand needs and support, and then also working with tier 2 interventions such as ADSIS and Title.
So Jess, this is Heidi Jones with a question. So we've had a board decision about providing additional support or interventions to the English language group. And we specifically talked about the elementary level and stuff. So where does that additional support come from in this type of planning when they're not even probably at 38%, of achievement, and we want to move that upward? Where does that fit in, that type of programming, and how do we assess that going forward under these kinds of circumstances?
Can you help me? Can you phrase it in a different way? I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer that one.
Okay. So is there any type of other, is the support that we need for English language learners fall under tier 2 interventions?
Oh, I see. Yes, and that would fall under the new language arts curriculum. The English language learner support is directly it's directly built in. So when we bought materials, we had there's approaching level, there's on level, there's above level, and then there's an EL. And so there's a whole set of books and aligned curriculum that goes with that in order to give those strategies and also the intervention for those learners.
Okay, is that going to be enough? I mean, we're talking about some significant gaps here, right? So I guess I'm just wondering, are there other pieces beyond like, okay, this is what gets delivered in your first best instruction in the classroom, and ADSIS and Title I don't think meet exactly my question on EL stuff. So is there another support or something, since they were already behind, now they're falling further behind, in addition to all the other struggles every family would have. Anyway, I'm just forward thinking here.
Mm-hmm. So one thing I would say, and I know I sound like a broken record, but the use of a solid, guaranteed, and viable curriculum at the tier 1 level is a huge intervention to that, right. And having the resources that those teachers need in front of them is, I would say that is a heavy lift as far as the EL teachers are concerned. And then also continuing our strategies. Mick Wendland always has a good comment of like, we could put a list of like 10 in there that we are continuously doing and kind of doubling down on that have consistently worked for our EL teachers throughout what we've been doing, but making sure that we're getting better at implementing and connecting with families. And I would say the reworking of how we're doing the EL services at the high school is something that our new EL teacher is also working on as far as push in, like we're having success with push in with our elementary school students. That is the similar model that she is working with.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. And then this might also be something that helps with this, Heidi, is what I would say. So this one, we have during the 2019-2020 school year that we will reduce the achievement gap for free and reduced meal and then students of color in reading and math. So there was a good question, I think, from our staff of what do you mean by that? Like which ones? And so we called it out specifically as like the KSEP grades 2 through 8, and this is in reading and math. So we would look at the decreasing the achievement gap for all of these different categories. So when we would come back to you, we would report on all of these different categories. So some of the strategies that we have here is the district-wide equity training for the administration that we're doing, the social emotional and equity training that we did for staff and are continuing to do that, creating an equity plan with all stakeholders at the table, creating a district-wide equity team. Like these are the first steps to this, but we'll lead to other ones. So increasing representation in our curriculum, which started with the Wonders curriculum and will increase when we have that review of the social studies and English curriculum in our 712. Increased representation in speakers and content of flight paths. Mick, can you talk about that, please?
Yeah, there's quite a few things that have been presented about individuals needing to see themselves in examples and opportunities in the future, and just having an opportunity to connect better with whether it's content in the classroom and what's called culturally, culturally, is it accurate? I've got the wrong word, but it's making sure it's an accurate representation of what the culture is, and then just also seeing themselves in examples for future career opportunities, so that we are being equitable in our approach to make sure that we are highlighting individuals who are maybe the minority in their work setting. So men in nursing, women in engineering, people of color, where they're having hard times finding recruitment opportunities, that we're being intentional to make sure that all students see themselves in any different category in the future and see themselves as all those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. And then our continued work with district liaisons, to Heidi's point, are we increasing where we need to increase, and really listening to those experts that are working directly with our kids in a different capacity. So then examining also our identification response to the process of our behavior referrals, and making sure that we're not over identifying certain populations. Then all students are ready for college and career. I'm going to kick this one to Mick as well.
The previous one that you can see on top there is that 75% of juniors will have a completed post-secondary plan through Naviance. We're discontinuing the use of Naviance. It's expensive, it's cumbersome, and there's opportunities that we can use with MCIS. So what we would like to do is embed our Flight Paths initiative as part of this. So what will come to you in a later presentation is the developed flight paths that the Flight Paths Steering Committee has been putting together and is in front of students and staff right now. And so that as students do their registration, we'll take a look at our juniors and their registration process and see how many of them are enrolled in courses that would allow them to complete a flight path by the time they graduate. So the juniors are going to be our metric, because we can see how many courses they've taken and what they plan for during registration in their senior year. So this will help with our PLP requirements for our personalized learning plans, and then see how many of our students are on their way. I don't know right now if we were to assess, I can't tell you with fidelity what it is. So this is kind of apples and oranges because we're using different metrics, but this is the direction that we want to go. So if this number comes out at 75%, I think that's great information. If it comes back at 30%, I think it justifies more that the direction and the need for flight paths for students to be intentional in the courses that they're selecting and taking advantage of the opportunities that they have before them with the courses that we offer. So with that, the strategies that we're doing, we have that new introduction to flight paths course for 8th graders to help students better understand the 16 different career fields. We have the flight paths course guide that will come to you. We'll present that soon. And then increased use of career speakers, which super exciting. I know it's late at night, but on Wednesday, we're going to have 22 different career speakers virtually for our students in grades 9 through 12. This is the second time that we've done this. A lot of really neat and fascinating people that are across career fields. The feedback from the first one was super positive from the kids. So really excited to have this as an exciting thing for our kids right now.
Mick, in the chat, will you put the link to your page so that people can review it at a different time? And then Robin, can I have you report on the graduation rate? I think you are the best person to talk about these great things that are happening at the high school here. Oh, did we lose her?
Yes. All right.
Oh,
Yep.
no,
Nope. I'm here. I just couldn't get my mute and camera button to work. So the things that we're doing at the high school to ensure graduation, we have a lot of things going on. Again, a lot of the things that Jess has already talked about as professional learning communities for our teachers so that they can work together, talk about students that they have concerns about, how to best support them, give them the interventions that they need to be successful. Again, the implementation of flight paths, getting students to take the classes that truly interest them, regardless of what their best friend is going to be taking or talking about wanting to take. Increasing the representation in our curriculum for what we do offer. We have the REACH program for our students who needed a little bit of extra support, and we have a fabulous teacher that runs that program. She has a great rapport with the student, but at the same time, she offers structure, guidance, and that social emotional connection that some of those students are really needing while they're at school. It gives them a place to belong, and that's a huge part of what the REACH program is. In 7th and 8th grade this year, we have brought back a targeted study skills class, again, for certain students. And let me know if I'm talking too fast. But for certain students who need that additional support and that help, so that the teacher currently who is leading that class is a co-teacher on all the other teachers' classrooms through Google Classroom, so that she can also go in and look and see what the students' assignments are, how to best reteach that work, how to help them navigate Google Classroom and complete the assignments if that's what they need. And it allows them the time to complete those assignments as well. And then we have a success lab and credit recovery for our 9th through 12th grade students, where if for whatever reason they are not successful in the original class, they have that opportunity to retake that class, earn those credits towards graduation, so that they can walk across that stage in May with their cohort. And then we have our alternative to suspension program, which we again implemented last year. And this is a good place for our students to go who, for numerous reasons, are having difficulty in class or in school that day. And instead of them having to leave school, they have a place to go that is staffed by a very capable, compassionate, but yet structured para educator who gives them the space they need to complete the work, because that is one of the things that we found, when the students end up having to go home, the learning is lost. When they are in this alternative to suspension room, they can also complete the assignments for that day. The education's not being lost. And if there's a issue in the classroom where they felt they couldn't be in the room for whatever reason, they also do a reflective paper about what caused, in their view, what caused the issue to happen. How could they have reacted differently to the situation, so they could have stayed in the room, or how can they react differently to it next time if this similar situation presents itself. And so it's still getting that social emotional content in there for those students to help them be successful in our classrooms. So
thank you, Robin. And then if anyone has any questions.
So this is Heidi again. Same question kind of as before. I mean, I'm really thrilled with all the options we've got here listed out, and I really think this is a great way to make the board aware of all the things we're doing. But what about those kids that we know we're already struggling in the first quarter? How are we going to ramp up? What are those numbers looking like, as far as normally you have a 25% of the population you need to address? Have we bumped that up to like 35, 45%? Of students that need some sort of lift here? How are we connecting with those kids? I'm afraid, we're going to lose these kids because they're feeling hopeless already about this first quarter just did not go, So can you speak to kind of our current situation and how you see, all of these things being implemented and ramped up possibly sooner rather than later, or how are we doing right now?
So all of these programs are being implemented right now. So in order to put in place these structures, in order to meet the needs of what we would have, is what these are for. So like the continued study skills and the targeted study skills, and the implementation of Success Lab, like all of those would be to meet the need that you're talking about. You're saying what more you're
Right,
asking
well,
more.
I'm assuming that our numbers, I mean, you might normally have expected 10 or 15% of the population to need this kind of help. Has that increased, Jess, after first quarter?
So you're asking like, what is our percent of kids that are failing? Or you're asking, what are you asking for?
Yeah, are we able to respond because the caseload is larger or the need is greater? Do we have the resources to kind of branch out and cover more kids?
I would say at this point, and Robin, step in and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say at this point, that's the kind of the reason that I think that you all decided that we needed that extra administrator was to support these emotional needs because they're obviously not dealing with so many discipline issues. There's still some here or there, but for sure, that's definitely what our administrators are focused on, is that connecting with kids, calling about failures. Robin, you correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I hear them reporting on, is how, and troubleshooting on how do we connect with kids and who can call and how do we get curriculum to kids, how do we troubleshoot. So there are, I would say that's the role that the admin is stepping into at the high school. Robin, you're gonna correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I said correct. You are correct in all of those statements. One other thing that I wanted to add, just to kind of address Heidi's question, which we didn't get on here as it just popped into my head. We do have a teacher that has doing a targeted class Wednesday mornings to help students who did not quite understand the curriculum first quarter, to help them be more successful when they have to take the second half of that class in the second semester. But she's also having current students in her class join her for that extra support, extra reteaching right now, so that they will be successful this quarter, so that they don't need to do that remediation in the second quarter. And I think this is where our student PLCs come into play, where our teachers talk about their student concerns, who has a relationship with this kid, who has reached out to the family, or before they reach out to the family, what do you know about this student, the situation that I need to know to help me teach them to be more successful. We also have, see Jess, I'm coming up with these things that aren't even on here. We have a check-in and check-out program right now that we have students 7th through 9th grade on right now, where 3 times a week they check in with their mentor teacher of how things are going, how are grades, you know, do you have a plan to complete your assignments? And they do that 3 times a week. There is, you know, they check in the morning, they check out at the end of the day. We're tracking that data. You know, we're trying to connect more with these students that way. I know we have teachers that plan one-on-one meetings with their kids up until 5:30 in the evenings to help with them. I mean, our teachers are really going above and beyond right now to help our students, because they're also finding it's hard to connect with their kids as they would in the classroom, as, you know, as they monitor what students are doing, you know, on their assignments, and they can connect that way, and they don't have that. So they're making these other meetings outside of the workday. And I personally really appreciate that, as I also connect with my students, and they're saying, nope, I have a meeting with my teacher right now. I can't talk to you. And I'm totally okay with that. You know, so we have a lot that is going on behind the scenes that doesn't even fit sometimes into this report of what our teachers are doing to make our students more successful. And just because I like data, this morning and Friday night, I ran attendance district-wide as far as how we're doing since, really since the beginning of the school year. But we are over 90% attendance for all of our students K-12 right now, you know, if we look at it overall. And I think that's a very good place to be. I think our lowest percentage rate was on one grade level, and I'm sorry, I can't remember which one it was a 91%. Everyone else was above that. So, I mean, do we have room to improve? Yes, we always do. But right now, our teachers are reaching out and making those connections with kids that they still want to have that connection to the classroom, to the teacher. And I think that in the attendance does show that as well.
Thank you, Robin. That was very helpful, that background about all the outreach in addition to what we see on the screen tonight. Thank you.
I'll also say too that Nikki Larson, because we've had reduced internships requests for students, and then also opportunities for the spring, some of her time has been shifted for more credit recovery opportunities during the school day. So for students that the first quarter didn't go well, they can continue on with courses to get caught up and stay on track for graduation.
Great. Yeah, I'm afraid that graduation rate might be negatively impacted this year. And that's what I want to keep kids engaged and hooked in and still with us on the plan about moving forward. So thank you very much, team.
I would say that also, Heidi, if we're looking for more to do, in the meeting with the directors of teaching and learning with the Big Nine, I would say just about everybody is bringing in their EL students in order to give that extra support. So it's something to maybe consider as a board, that all of the districts around us are bringing in that population to do exactly what you're talking about. So if we're considering other options, that might be something to bring back up as a board.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of equity discussion that needs to happen. Thanks.
Anybody else? Questions?
No, thanks. It's been a really good presentation, and the report looks really nice too. We've been getting these for just a few years. And this one definitely is a lot more digestible than previous ones we've had.
That was our goal. So you can thank the three of us fighting about, no, that doesn't make sense, and that paid off. Our infighting paid off.
I thank you then. I thank you.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the World's Best Workforce Report as presented.
Seconded by Mike.
All right, the motion made by Heidi, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye, and good job.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That passes 7-0. Thank
Great,
you
thank you
so
all.
much.
Thank
It's
you.
late night. Thanks for staying
Sorry for
with
the
us.
long day.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. All right. Last item on our agenda. Oh, is that the last item on our agenda?
Is
Yes, because we moved it. Is then upcoming meetings, which I'm not going to spend any time going over. They're all listed there on our board book. I just definitely want to let you know that next Monday on the 14th, we're having a new school board member orientation from 6 to 8. Everyone's invited to come to that.
Madam Chair, what happened to 512, the grievance? Did we cover that?
You know, I can give a real quick update. The personnel.
I didn't know if you mentioned in the beginning. I didn't know if there was a little more information or what the timeline was on that. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
The personnel committee did meet and hear a grievance from Education Minnesota. And so Mr. Nemenich and I are working on the possibility of resolving that grievance before it comes to the full school board. So, you know, I'll probably put it on the agenda for December 21st in case we don't resolve it. And then we'll kind of go from there.
Okay, thank you. Want to be sure.
My apologies. I think I must be anxious to get to bed.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm starting to see triple. All right. Anyway, next Monday, school board, new orientation for new members. So that's going to be exciting and fun. And can't wait for us to be able to welcome those new folks in and make sure that they have the information that they need to start on the right foot. Any other upcoming meetings or future topics people would like to highlight? All right, then I will look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
We got 4 people here.
Take your pick. I just do the dial.
We'll give Jim the motion, and who's the second?
Holly can have it.
Holly?
Holly.
All right.
Jim and
Got it.
Holly. All right. We'll begin the vote with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
And Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are adjourned 7-0 at 10:27. Sleep well, everyone.
Good night.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
That's,
Lights out.